Are we live? I said, are we live again? Let's get this straight. Now, it seems that the phone company don't want to do its job. We're not going to cry about it. But I just downgraded the 720, and we still having issues. So that lets me know that it's still doing 2K. When I tried to I downgraded it. Now I took it down to 3550 from 4050, or 3.5 megabyte from 4.3. So we'll see how we do today. We downgraded. So anybody come here, I ain't not in 2K. There's a reason for it. Welcome to the show, everybody. For feminist women in the world. For black women. Joe Biden has picked Kamala, Senator Kamala, to be his running mate. But that's one of our topics for today. That was our main story. Let me go refresh here because something don't look right. Let's go to live chat. Pop the chat out. And let's go into the chat room on the OBS, and we're going to select all, and we're going to delete that chat. And we're going to put the new chat in. Wait a minute, something ain't right. So we got 3 of them? Top chat. Copy. Put the link in, paste. All right, we should have a new chat. Let me type something. Are you happy? All right, something ain't right. It's not showing up. There it is. There we are. Let's go ahead and play a song. Give everybody a chance to get in here. Yeah. Rodero, the one-man show. The originator. The MC Dominator. Been rocking since 1978. I finally came my style. Don't question the debate. Cause you might get chopped down if you can't deal with this thing. I've been around way too long. I come way too strong. I don't talk about that BS. Weed, smoking, and that shit. That's bullcrap. I come at you real, man to man, mano a mano. That's why I know you'll never be able to stop this flow. Let's get to it. Yeah. I know a power from a sun spraying out like a machine gun. I'm hotter than a volcano, caught on your brain, so you're gonna be braino. Honestly, you wanna be contenders. Chop you up and put it through a blender. Lay your lungs back together, or dress back and shoulder. Don't stay local, work on your vocal. You couldn't see my style with a pair of bifocal. Much less match with. Hey, you was so much shit that you'll forget why you came. So back up before I slap you up. There ain't no shame, blue for a pioneer. Who shows no fear? Yeah, keep on rocking, there ain't no stopping this. I know you're confident, but you can't get it, not yet. The fact I bring you won't forget. So I keep my head in the cloud, that's how I go. Loud temptation with the freak. It's around me, it's hounds me, pound me. But this stuff can't drown me. I'm too damn strong on the inside, that's why I start to better than the next man. I know you can't understand relate, but you just hate. Yo, those that buck up get shut up with equipment. Yo, don't bring that stick shit. Those that buck up get shut up with equipment. Yo, don't bring that stick shit. Smoke boy and a Stephen King thriller. I take so rough next heart, pick my phone apart like Tyson. Forget that Wu Kung Fu. I'm the one fighting the vice those that book up and shut up with a quickness. So why they switch like you can't hang with this? Cause all your head or wind up brain dead. You doing what you want. Bring that dope, charge your cars, flash your cash to the beauty bar, continue to get awards. But I'm waiting, I'm thinking trap because none of that crap can help your ass rap. And that's a fact. You gotta get drunk to blow. You need your buzz to blow. You need your boys to blow. I need no props to put on the show. That's my moniker. I'm over here on $100 million man. What? I'm closer to Steve Austin. What? You suckers on cars and stuff to me. Wind up in the car with 6 PC with a creepy cars. You wanna be bars. When I wanna laugh, that's when I call your ass. Yeah, those that buck up, get shut up. Yeah, those that buck up, get shut up with the quickness. Don't come around here with that slick shit. Rodera. Yo, I don't need to rehearse. This is the last verse in analog. I'm not into digital. I'm into getting physical. Born and bred on the west side. The east side is where I reside. Which is better? I don't have a preference. What's the difference? People are people. Things change. Some things always stay the same. The game's gonna bang, hoes gonna hook. The cops gonna book the same old cook. But we'll never get off over on the door of a pen. It's an eyesore. The honor citizens who made a house, these no good houses. Who sacrificed their life for SUVs, ugly navigators. I ain't hating. I see you at the car wash. Then I see you riding the police auction. That's why I don't get it. The beat like I ain't with it. I'd rather have a little something all the time because it's mine. To have a big something wind up behind bars or my fork riding at the front of a car. You feel me? I ain't let no one deal me a bad hand. I use my own deck. I protect my neck. Who cares about respect? Who cares about image? I promise. And as far as just being a prison number, a word of the state, at the mercy of COs, no longer citizens, but booty bait, a prison inmate. Yo, that buck up and shut up. Yo, that buck up and shut up. That buck up and shut up with the quickness. I'm coming around here with that weak shit. I talk off to this damn. You rolling through. You solo. The hell are you talking about? Speak the king's English. I'm out of here. Go there, bro. One man show. I bring it to you. Man, real. Y'all stay young and keep it real. Y'all stay on my rap that I grew up with. Alrighty, y'all. Our show today was supposed to be on Senator Kamala being chosen by Joe Biden. That was my topic today. But I don't want to disappoint people. Since people said, I know he's going to go live tonight and he's going to be mentioning people. I don't want to disappoint you. So, without further ado, let me show you, because I have been teaching that you got to watch who you surround yourself with, because you could wind up in something that's somebody else's fault. So since Triple Darkness likes to start trouble, let me show you. Not just tell you, let me show you. Let's go to our friend Windows Media Player. And let's pull up the Hangout. Can y'all see the Hangout? Let me wait for this delay here and make sure that y'all can see this. Because I want to put this to rest here. Can y'all see it? All right, y'all can see the Hangout. This is my Hangouts. I made sure nobody named that's dealing with me right now, Sean. But he would be in the chat, but we would talk through the Hangouts while I was doing the show. Now, we had a troll come in, and you see the first thing he say, that G.A. Arkanaj. He couldn't even spell his name right. You also see here, remember when that man released the bootleg movie of Tommy Sotomayor's? You see, he sent it to me. You hear me say, thanks, Triple, I'll watch it later.
You see him respond with emojis. Pretty good movie, no solutions though. He said, yeah, I know. I said, wasn't worth the wait though. He said, laugh out loud. I said, blame the media. Well, how do we take on the media? You said, real talk. I said, he blames feminism. How do we combat it? Don't highlight the problem. We already see it. Give answers. Tariq movies the same way. He says they hustling the people. We're going to show the whole hangout. I said, yep, safe movies get your money without angering anyone in power. Just broke black women. He said, laugh out loud. I said, it's the truth, buddy. I said, RE keeps making videos. She won't LIG it. She won't let it go. I roasted and toasted her, made her look stupid, and she's still making videos. Maybe she'll move on to Chucky now, laugh out loud. He said, yeah, she bugging on a rampage. Why he didn't say, well, leave RE alone. That's my friend. Why he didn't say, just let it go. Don't do anything. Right? I continue. She needs a bigger name to go against if she wants clout, but I'll keep getting watch hours off her if she wants. Then I said, today is Vic's B-Day. Should I shout him out? He says, if you want to. I said, I'll mention him on Mobile Live. I got to go to the store. He said, okay, cool. Right? He was talking about Candy in the chat, and I said, Tommy played Candy video on her show. That's good exposure. I bet she ain't leaving YouTube. That's when Candy was talking about leaving YouTube. He said, laugh out loud. I know. I hit Candy up in the Hangouts and told her that she was in here so she can see it for herself. Ain't nothing bad. Then I tell Triple, you can't give up. Keep grinding. All you need is that one good video. If I hate Triple, why am I honing him? Here I tell him we got flagged. Here's the new channel. I tell him we watching the Avengers on my new website. Come join us, buddy. I even say, where you at? We getting trolled. So I'm only giving the link to trusted people. Come on, buddy. So I don't like him, right? When there was the shooting in Bronxville around where he lived at and everybody was worried about him. You hear me, Triple, we heard about the shooting. Are you okay? Please come to the show and reassure everyone you are okay. You hear me? Finally finished. What's up, Triple? See, I got the new bike, I set it up. And I said, that's the new electric bike setup. I'm gonna go mobile at 6 on 2 different channels, right? What does he respond? Lady Lie getting at you. Don't he got a wrench in Lady Lie chat? Hasn't he been? So you already heard him talk about RE, supposed to be his friend. Now he's talking about, he's sending me after Lady Lie. Because you're not seeing what was said in the chat. You're just seeing what we saying on the Hangouts. But you see him making sure I know that Lady Lie is getting at me. How did I know Lady Lie was getting at me? He sent the link. It's right there in your face. But you see me talking about the bike. I'm not talking about nobody on YouTube. He took me over to tree trimmers because YouTube was taking back the subs, not letting us hit 1,000, so we could do the mobile live. And you hear me say, you think YouTube will steal these back? Because right now, we just a little over 1,000, right? I did a show and he was telling me about what Jack was saying about me and Lady La Chat. And you hear me respond, Triple, I didn't forget about Minister Jack. I'll be on soon to address him. I've been messing with this 360 video. So every time he's telling me what somebody said, I'm doing something else. Do y'all understand this? I'm not thinking about these people. You see me doing stuff. He's the one that's golden. Lady Lie making a video about you. Candy talking about she leaving. Here's the bootleg copy of Tommy video. What do you think? Jack calling you retarded in ladylike comment section. He hear me saying, hey, you know, RE won't leave it alone. You think he say, hey, maybe I'll go talk to her? No. She bugging. She rampaged out. Maybe you need to make a video about her, but that's not there in that comment. But if you match the date up with the videos, you'll see. But he's supposed to be everybody's friend. Hey, the driver. He's supposed to be everybody's friend, but behind the scenes, he's sicking everybody on everybody else. I want to address one more thing before we get to the Kamala situation. I want to address this, and I'm going to leave it alone because, you know, yesterday we did a 5-hour video, and we played some of RE's stream. Do you know that while I was playing it, I backed out the phone and came back in? It told me that you have to be 18 years old. So Lily Rose, Anita Ward, whatever, her, RE, and Triple were talking so nasty that while I was playing the video, while I was playing the audio, they made my show go to 18, the 18-year-old plus, while I was playing that. So basically, I did that show for nothing. I should have done it on the Reverend channel. We're not going to get a coin for it. 5 hours for nothing. So we won't be playing any of that stuff. Because see, I'm monetized. And there's no need in risking my channel playing that stuff when I don't get no credit for it. So if y'all thinking that I'm coming back into the roast sector, no, I'm not. Because y'all hung with me and we got the watch hours and we got what we needed to be monetized. And we close to getting our first check. We not going to mess it up. But I will say this to Miss Anita Ward. I don't know if you noticed, but Triple Darkness took me to Bullett's Gotti. I got a wrench over there. He took me to Tree Trimmers. He took me in the Candy Cartel chat. Remember that day when I came in and said hi, it was nice? Triple brought me. A couple times we've gone into the army of Vic Damone. It was like, come on, man, come on back into the army. That day that he threatened to kill Anita, Lily, whatever you want to call yourself, blue butterfly, whatever, when he threatened to kill you, I was in that chat, asked Vic Damone to pull it up. I was there. And when he said when he said that mess, I left. Why did I leave? Because I don't want to be associated with that kind of stuff. You get associated with somebody, they think it's you. He took me over to the lady that I told him cussed too much. Tried to get me to go with him over to the lady in Baltimore. They act a daggone fool. Triple Darkness starts stuff. But yet, he got a wrench in all these chats. Don't get mad at me. I got rid of the dog from my life. But y'all still let him hang around in your chat. Don't get mad at me. I'm trying to leave that mess alone. But I did point out what I said. And I just exposed Anita again. I was there in Vic chat. You said you didn't know who I was. I was in that chat typing. Because I saw Triple there. He kept saying, come on back. So I came back. Asked Vic Damone to pull the video up. You'll see me there. But you said you didn't know who I was. You a liar. And I'm calling you out. Like I called you out yesterday. Thank you for proving that you are a liar. And once again, if you overlook it, that's on you. But just remember, who you associate with later on in life will come back. Later on in life, it's going to come back to bite you. And I believe, I tried to search for it. I got too many damn channels. I tried to search for it. I believe you left me a comment in one of my videos. I'm still looking for it. I'll find it. And when I do, I'm going to post it. But you told everybody, you don't know who I was. You're a lie. But keep online. So, now that we got that out of the way, because we're not going to spend no time on them, because see, that's what they want. We're not going to spend no time on them. I said what I had to say. Anybody got a problem with it, come see me. But I just showed you. And I let Candy know that I was going to mention her in the live. I let Lady La know that I was going to mention her. So they can't come over here hollering. I told them, make sure you watch so you see. That man been sicking me on y'all the whole time. The same way he been sicking y'all on each other and acting like he your friend. And then he going and trying to make videos off of it, trying to get his shine on. Instigator. Now, most people talk stuff. I've shown you. Tried to get me to play Tommy Sotomayor video. Why? So Tommy can flag me down? Shown you. I ain't that stupid. You should go ahead and show the video. You get the views too. Yeah, okay, yeah. And get flagged down by Soto Nate. Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay. Okay. But see, I shown you the hangouts. He can make 50 videos. You seen it with your own eyes. You can't say, oh no, Triple, that's not gonna work. I seen it. Or you could just go in La La Land and just, I didn't see what Brother Doc said. I'm just gonna believe Triple's for me. He's my friend. He's just pitting everybody against everybody else. Now, let's get to our real topic. Well, anybody have any comments? Let's take a look here. The driver says, hello, BD, Naya, and Liz. Hey, Naya. She said hi to the driver. Liz said, were you able to edit it? Nope, they wouldn't let me edit it. They gave me that 18 rating, and it ain't coming off. So we get nothing for that video. It's bad enough that we lose money when we show the links, but darn, when it's Tars was asking me to make it age 18 or higher, and I was telling her you don't get paid. Now, luckily she donated, so we got paid for that video. She gave us some money, so we got paid that video. So at least we got paid something. But video we did last night, nothing. But it's all good. But Liz said, what a mess. The driver said, wow. And Liz says, that's why I stressed I didn't think RE had anything to do with it. Well, some of y'all were here, and I kept asking RE, why did you come here? I didn't bring you into it. Triple did. I wouldn't have to answer if Triple didn't make the video. And see, somebody sent me the link. I wouldn't have known about it. I don't watch Triple. I don't even know what his name is right now. But somebody sent me the link. But that little 10-second video that Lily made saying she didn't know who I was, you's a daggone lie. Because I was right there in the victim on chat. It was right there. If Vic want to pull it up, he can show you. Ask him. He recorded all his videos. I was there. And when Triple said that, I got up out of there. Association. I don't want to be associated. Man, talking about he gonna kill a black woman. I'm not gonna, no. I'm not gonna be associated. Yeah, Bro Dark came in here with him. No, get Bro Dark too. No, I just left. Said, okay, that's too far. You mad at somebody, that's one thing. Ain't, you know, unless somebody trying to kill you, you should never say you're gonna kill somebody. Only if they trying to kill you, trying to rape you, that's when you should kill somebody. Somebody trying to rob you, and you got a bunch of money and you happen to have a couple hundred on you, just hand it over. You got a bunch of money. Why would you want to risk your life for it? If that's all you got, then you got to fight for it. But if you got abundance of it, why are you gonna risk your life for something that's so minuscule? So I had to get up out of there. Liz says, Driver, I hope you and the family are doing well. Liz says, well, I get why people don't show their faces on YouTube, but don't stir up stuff just to cause unnecessary confusion. Well, I made him the challenge. Show your face, come do a show. Just show your face. Come do a show. Do a show on something regular, like we about to do. We about to talk about Senator Kamala. I keep forgetting her last name because I don't know if y'all know, but that picture that's on the thumbnail, there was a wrestler called Kamala. His name was Jesse Harris, I think. I'm not sure if she related to him or not. I didn't want to make the assumption and be wrong, so I just say Kamala. So her name is Harris too? Is she related? Because you know Jesse Harris is the wrestler. You know Kamala. I don't know if they related. That's why I kept thinking it was Harris, but I was like, his name was Harris. Y'all know he just died. So I found it strange. He just died this week. He had diabetes and other problems. And I heard he lost his legs. I'm fighting that right now. But like I said, our topic today is, ladies, are you happy? You got a black woman running for vice president. But do you know why she's running for vice president? Because with the moves that Trump made on Saturday, Trump rose a little bit in the polls. Because now the people believe that Trump is for them. The driver, to be honest with you, he wasn't angry with me. He was angry with the chat. The people in the chat thought that he was going too far with his comments, and they voted to take his wrench. And he assumed it was Naya, but it wasn't. It wasn't. Naya had nothing to do with it. But he went and made videos about her because she would actually try to contain him in the chat. She'd be like, you're going too far, you need to stop. He assumed that it was Naya. It wasn't Naya, it was somebody else. I didn't want to give him a wrench. I thought he was too out of control. We trying to get away from the roast sector. He coming in here, such and such said this, such and such doing that, such and such made a video. We were trying to get away from that. But the person who kept fighting for him to get a wrench, that person took it back. And if that person want to come in and defend themselves, that's fine. I'm not going to say the name, but you know who you are. You put pressure on me to give him a wrench. I didn't want to give it to him, and you know it. And I went on and made the best of it. And we tried to control him best we could. He went too far. And that person carries a lot of weight on this channel. That person said he got to go. Take it back. I'm sorry, I should have listened to you. Kept saying you didn't want to give him a wrench. Should have listened. So in reality, you just saw on the Hangouts how cool we was. Where did this anger come from? It's over wrench. And RE just took his wrench. Y'all know how desperate he is to get a wrench. He got to have a wrench in everybody's channel. So now that she took his wrench, I'm sure it's going to be videos made against RE now. And he's probably going to do the same thing. Liz says, Naya, unfortunately, you get the short end of the stick. They attack Naya for no reason, and it's not fair to her. Naya says, yes, Liz. Return and apologize. It was over, we thought. Yeah, we actually, some of them, the same person said, let him back. And we let him back. He came right back and acted a fool again. I said, I don't care. I'm not letting him back. Not. And like I say, the truth of the matter is, the driver, Naya and Liz, and you, when you show up, sir, and NNC, when she show up, y'all are the foundation of the chat. Trolls want to run the chat. In order to run the chat, you must be the foundation. Without the foundation, you can't put nothing on top. Foundation got to hold it up. So y'all are the targets. Because see, in their mind, they think if they can run you off, then they can come in and take over the chat. They think that the hosts will be so concerned about not having nobody there that they'll let them come in and say whatever they want to say. But I've killed that notion because I've done shows with nobody in the chat. It doesn't work on me. I've done shows with just me and the driver. I've done shows with just me and Liz. I've done shows with just me and Naya. I've done shows with me and the trolls. I don't need people in the chat to do the show. It's just nice to have somebody to converse with. But we don't need people in the chat to do the show. Liz said, I don't understand why people care so much about a wrench. He said, you would think they got paid for it. Well, some channels do pay. You know, over there in Victor Moan chat, $25 somebody wrench. For them to get it back, they got to pay double. To get your wrench back, you got to pay $50. And then somebody else will pay pay $100 and take it back. And then what, you got to pay what, $200 to get it? I can't fool with that. I find it amazing that people care enough. Liz said, GVD, give Naya driver and I 10% of your earnings. We earn between 2 and 10 cents a video if YouTube don't give it to CNN and the other links y'all send. Robert Darker said, that's a check for $1 for the whole month. What are we gonna do with $1? Like, what are we gonna do with $1? I can't even get a cappuccino with this. $1? They get sales tax. I can't even get $1 burger off the McDonald's menu. I gotta find 6 cents in the sofa cushion. No, seriously, since January 15th, we are still at $95. I told y'all days ago we was at $95. We still at $95. You said not even 2 pieces of candy. A candy bar is like, I was in the market yesterday. A candy bar was $1.19, the small ones. And you gotta pay tax. And the king size one was $1.99 plus tax. So you can't even get a Reese's, little Snickers for the daggone $1. But it's nice to say that you're monetized. But y'all know that if we go back to the roast sector, which we trying to avoid, it still keep coming to find us. We keep trying to avoid it. But it's very hard to be in the sector and be monetized. Because if you stay in the roast sector, when people start cursing, like the video we played yesterday, while the video was playing, they had already put the 18 and up on there. That's crazy. Listen, I'm talking about the little pieces at the counter. Laffy Taffy something. If you don't have no bank account, how you gonna cash it? You'll go to the window, hey, I got me a check here for $1. They're gonna be like, well, you know, we gotta take 20 cents to cash it for you. You won't even get a bill. They'd be like 25, 50, 75. Here's your nickel, there's your 80 cents. Have a good day. Hey, we just made 20 cents off that person. How we gonna spend it? It They see you coming next time, they're gonna be like, can you go to the next window? I don't even want food with you. You wanna go to the next window? But yeah, I was hoping to get that first check for my birthday, but then we got flagged. But we wouldn't have made it anyway. But to be honest with you, I bet you we still sit at 95. I didn't even check today. I know the video didn't earn anything. Return to the YouTube studio. Can y'all see this? Go to analytics. It's still saying 1918. But let's go to revenue. 1918. And go to, yeah, 95.60. We still the same. We ain't moved. We still at 95.60. Now, let's back out here and let's go to videos. Oops. Let's go to videos. Go to live stream. That's us right now. Why is the monetization off? Turn it on. None of the above. Submit. All right, got the monetization on. Did anybody even watch this when we came on the first time? Here's the video right here. You can see monetization, ineligible, age restriction. The video is age restricted. Viewers must be signed in and at least 18-year-old to watch it. And y'all see, that makes it ineligible. Ineligible. Video cannot be monetized. So we did that video for nothing. We did the video for nothing. We did it for nothing. But it's okay. It ain't gonna kill us. It's not gonna kill us. It's just one video. Yeah, you have to get $100 before you get a check. I asked y'all last week, can somebody do $5.50 super chat so we can hit the 100? I could do it myself, but then that'd be cheating. Wouldn't that be cheating? I'm just asking, wouldn't that be cheating? I'm just asking. I'm just asking, would that be cheating? If I put the $5 there, hey, got my check. And then they'd be like, yeah, you only got it because you put that $5 there. You just showed it was $95 yesterday. Didn't nobody donate, so how did you get it? They make videos about that. Robert Derrick had to put his own money in there just to get a YouTube check. It's sad. But like I say, you know, I understand that people want to get attention. I understand that people want to get views. But I stand behind everything I said. I said that stuff was fake. And they ain't said one thing to prove it wasn't. They haven't proved it wasn't fake. And I guarantee you, they won't go to Victor Moon and ask him to pull that video up. I know they won't. Maybe Vic can do it on his own. But he's too busy with DX and them. She don't know who I am. A liar. You just gotta love these people, man. She was sitting right there when RE was blocking me in Vic chat, but she don't know who I am. Y'all see how these people lie, and y'all just sit here and listen to them. Now y'all notice that we start talking about something else. We had 10 people in the room. We start talking about them, then people left. I told you, it ain't got nothing to do. If you ain't beefing, they're not gonna stay here. And they don't realize that we came back to it, they left. They always leave too early. That's why I talk about something else, to get the fake people out. You just talk about something else, I ain't gonna watch this, you ain't talking about that no more. And then, then you come back to it, and then they had to run back. Wait a minute, he back on it? I don't know if y'all realize that, but that's a way to get more views. Start talking about something that they're interested in, then talk about something else and they leave. But somebody always check back, and they be like, wait a minute, come on back, y'all. He talking about it again, come on back. The driver say, I say it's fake too. Come on, the driver. I don't know if it was 2019, if it was 2018. But I was in the chat when Triple said that. My memory ain't that good, but I know I remember. And I know that we had a problem with the mayor. I know we had a problem with, what was the other guy? One guy's the mayor and somebody's something else, always sitting up there in Vic chat. We had a problem with Erica Fierce. And Anita was right there with him. When y'all hear me talk about the women in Vic chat, I'm really talking about them 4 people in RE. When y'all hear me talk about the women, yeah, the mayor and the other guy, I call them the women too. One guy called himself the mayor, the other guy called himself something else, I can't remember. That's how he relevant here. Liz says, but seriously, who donates 1,000 to someone they don't know? Liz, I'm not surprised by the 1,000, because people donate to Tommy and Tariq and Young Pharaoh. They make good money. I'm not surprised about that. I'm surprised that you would bring it to the stage. I don't need to know if you donate to somebody else. But to try to use that for you to get on, I don't understand that. For you to use that for you to get on. You just can't come and, hey, I'm Anita from Vic Chat. And I want y'all to watch my show. And then you put on a show. You just can't do that. Why you gotta have all this drama behind it? Why you gotta make up the fake stuff? That's what I was saying. Ain't no way in the world that you sitting there, somebody threw $100 back in your face and then somebody took 1,000 from you and then spent it on what you wanted it, and then want to give you a receipt or give it back, and you like, yeah, that victim owns the bomb. He's like, yeah, he know he didn't spend it on the equipment, but then somebody said something to you 2 years ago talking about they wanted to kill you, and you don't say nothing about it. But now all of a sudden you on there. But somebody just took your $1,000 and you like, come on, man. I don't care if you're rich. If you're rich and you got 5 cars that cost $50,000, you got 5 Lamborghinis. You come outside one day, your Lamborghini ain't there. You go and look for that Lamborghini. You ain't gonna go, oh, well, I still got 4 of them. I'm not gonna worry about them. No. I'm gonna find my Lamborghini. I paid for it. And you're gonna be mad somebody took it. Well, you ain't got my Lamborghini and won't give it back, You're gonna be like, give him a goddamn car. What, daughter? It's okay, no. I'm sorry. Liz said, rich or not, 1,000. If it's not a foundation, no. He said, I would have to really have a good car and laugh out loud. The driver says, BD, would you give the money back? If I still had it, yeah. If you gave me money for something and I didn't buy what you told me to buy with it, then yeah. Because I wouldn't do that. That's why I try to use Amazon or eBay, and that way I got the tracking number. I can take you every step of the way. I've had people hit me up behind the scenes. I had people trying to catch me. Hey, you said on the show, and I'd be like, here it is right here. Take a look. Here's the tracking number. Here's the link. I don't understand how, because some woman said I was a scammer, that everybody say it, but yet we go through every transaction the whole way. When we get something for the show, we go look at it. And then we go outside and wait for it live. You don't have to wonder. I wonder what he's doing with the money. You see it. There's not nobody in this chat right now who don't know what the mail lady look like. Tell the truth. Liz said, yes, I can second that. You always show me and I tell you not to. I show you because I don't want you to have to wonder. I wonder what he doing with the money because, Lady Lie said he scammed her. So I'll show you. The last donation I got from Tars Baby. I paid the phone bill with that today. If she was to come over here and say, where's my money at? I'll be able to show her the receipt. I paid the phone bill and there is the PayPal receipt. I could pull up the phone company online and show. See that? What's due on the 13th? Nothing. The bill date is the 13th. I will be able to show it. If I gave you something for a specific, now she didn't give me no reason, but if she asked what did I do with it, I can show her. But if I give you something for a reason, I'm not going to show you some old stuff that I got sitting around. I did get it, I just didn't use your money for it. Huh? That'd be crazy. It ain't going to happen But it'd be a dream come true if somebody was to get that EW36 off the Amazon wish list. Oh man, you think we wouldn't be out there waiting for it? You think I wouldn't be live streaming? I'll be showing you the tracking number every day, even if you got me the little cheap one, the little 1,000 one. I'll be showing the tracking and where it is every day. So somebody might be able to intercept it. It's in Dallas now. Maybe I can cut it off. I'll be on here every day. The driver says, if I give you something, I wouldn't ask for it back. And Liz says, because I trust you and whatever I donate becomes your money, so I really have no say in what I do. But everything is real. You know, I don't have to sit here and lie. You know, and if y'all suggest something, if I get the money, I go ahead and buy it. Somebody suggested the black seed oil. These are the seeds that the driver suggested. They're right here. You know, they don't pick them on when I'm showing stuff. Here are the melatonin. Somebody suggested I get it. They don't work, but there you go. Then this thing get old. Somebody suggested the antacid tablets. They're right here. I'm trying to take one. I dropped one on the floor. That's right. You know, Naya suggested that I get the powdered stuff. Let me show you. I ain't got to tell you. When y'all see me drinking a soda, y'all see me drinking an A&W. Y'all saw me at the market yesterday. I bought a grape soda. I put a quarter in the bottle and then put the powdered mix in there. And then I add the rest. Yesterday we had the Hawaiian punch. Tomorrow we're gonna do the ginger ale. And y'all saw me buy a ginger ale. Y'all saw me buy a fruit punch. I just put a quarter in the, I just put that much in the 1 liter bottle. I add the powder and water. So, you know, I ain't supposed to have soda, but it's watered down. But you can't tell me that I don't do what you say. Y'all saw me outside waiting for the nicotine pouches. They're right here. Y'all saw me at the market yesterday. I told you they had the pork chops on sale. Look how big them boys is. And we're gonna have the cold rice that NNC suggested. That's what I'm having for dinner tonight. What are y'all saying? Liz said, whatever I suggested abort to you always show it. So I don't see why anybody can call you a scammer. You always been honest, and I never questioned it. Dan says, BD, she's not a bad wench since she is not black. She is Indian and white. Naya said, Sam, her dad is Jamaican. Makes her black. Liz said, laugh out loud. Sam said, is he a black Jamaican? So there were no slaves in the Caribbean, Mr. Sam. The Caribbean didn't have slaves. There ain't never been no slaves in Jamaica. They just left Jamaica alone. They said nope. But so it's strange that somebody said that that in the Caribbean they were having all right now, Sam, you know that they're not gonna get nobody that's all black. Barack Obama wasn't all black. They gonna get nobody that's all black. Come on now. Sam is Sam going crazy now. You know you're not gonna get nobody that's all black. I can talk about her name. Who would name that child Kamala? I don't know nobody black that would name that child Kamala. It would have to be somebody from Africa or somebody from the Indies or the Caribbean or Haiti or somewhere. Kamala? Especially when it's a wrestler named Kamala. Every time I hear the name Kamala, I'm just saying. Oh, shucks. I'm just saying. But he's doing that. I said bad wench. Joe Biden won our vote. He also won the vote of the feminists. He also won the vote of the white women that have the guilt. He wants the vote of the simps. Picking her covers all them categories. That's the reason why. Because they can say to themselves, remember the thinking, well, they look black, but they're not all the way. They're half, so, you know, there's white in them, there's something else in them, this is not all black, so we can still say we're superior, you know, we're just not going to let them all be black, you know. But they got to have something mixed, which I don't understand, because most of us are mixed. Even people that come from Jamaica and come from the Caribbean and come from the Virgin Islands and come from Africa, you know, the man's penis has been everywhere. Because we can go over there, if somebody had the money to fly us all to Africa right now, all of them wouldn't be the same shade. Just like it's not the same shade here. If we could ride a plane to Jamaica, they're not all the same shade. Tell me a place where you can go find them all at the same shade. You had to find somebody that's been locked away somewhere where nobody never went to. That's the only place you can find them all the same shade. Because I guarantee you, even in them island countries, you know where they find the pygmies and them people that don't know about civilization and walk around naked and stuff, I guarantee you, somebody and poke somebody over there. It's different shades. That's the one thing I could never understand. How can you? Sam says he'd be right back. He need a Claude beer. I don't understand how you can hate somebody just because of the way they look. They might be related to you. Because your great-great-great-grandpa couldn't keep a sting in his pants. Some of the people that you work for that look down on you, you might be related. For those of y'all that have families in the South for generations upon generations, some people that's hanging you from the tree or discriminating against you, that could be your brother. That could be your cousin. And they treat you like you something foreign. But this the sad part. If you was to go to Nigeria right now and you put on the African garb and you knew the language, as long as you didn't go AAL, as long as you didn't use no street slang, they couldn't tell you wasn't African at first glance. They would have to study you for a while and go, no, you're from the United States. No. You're from England. No, you're from Poland. You're not African. Because they got different shades over there too. You could do the same thing in Jamaica. Go over there, man. Yeah. They would have to study you. Wait a minute. Your accent don't sound right. You're not Jamaican, man. That's a fake accent. Where you from? But at first glance, they couldn't tell where you was if you dressed like them. They could not tell where you from because they got people that shade too. They would just know you mixed with something, but they couldn't say that you wasn't part of the people. So I don't understand, why do we have this black-white thing? I don't understand it. You know, even if you go back to slavery, the master's kids, they didn't work in the field. They was in the house. He didn't put them out there to get whipped. He brought them in the house. That's why you had the term house Negro and the term field Negro. There was benefits to being a master's son or daughter. You ain't had to do no hard work. You got the privilege of being in the house. Keep the house clean, cook, bathe them, fan them in the heat. Those were the kids. When the child came out light, they put him in the house. They were allowed to handle money. They were allowed to leave the plantation. They know they coming back. They coming back to their daddy. It's the people in the field that wasn't related. Those are the ones that wanted to run. Those are the ones that had to eat scraps. That's why you have division. When you hear somebody being called a mulatto, that's meant to be an insult. It's an insult from people who feel they fully African, and you mixed. You're a mongrel. So they had to hang close to their daddy. They wasn't accepted. You're not one of us. You're one of them. You up in the house, living it up. We out here in 100-degree weather picking cotton. We working the cotton gin and losing fingers while you laid up with the magna. There's division everywhere. When are we going to stop being divided and just start just being Americans? Why can't you be Joe and I be Jack? Why it's gotta be, I'm a this American, I'm a that American? Why we just can't be American? Why we gotta hold on to something? Whether we want to admit it or not, we don't have a real culture. I can go to somebody's house for dinner that's Greek, and they be like, they can talk to you all day about what they do in Greece over there. We come and sit, we can't talk about nothing but what they see every day, but that's all we know. You know? The driver says, I'm starting to think all politics are all the same. Think about it for a second. If I'm from Ireland, you can sit and you can talk about, where the 5 clover leaf mean and about corned beef and the color green. What do we have? The afro versus the weave? I mean, I'm talking about as far as the culture. The only culture we have is the scraps they used to give us. We used to turn it into something else. Think about that for a second. Whatever they would give us, we had to turn into something else. That's our culture. Look at the rap music. We couldn't afford instruments. So we started scratching on records. We couldn't afford singing lessons. So we started rapping. Our culture is taking the little bit that we were given and turn it into something. And then people go, well, that's not real music. It's just not real. The driver got a link for us. Naya says very similar. Oh, we can deal with the politicians in a minute. Let's check out the driver's link. See where we're going to go here. This from the driver.
I'm Dr. Ed Presser.
Oh. And go.
A young black woman horrified when a motel owner pours acid in a swimming pool, targeting civil rights activists protesting a whites-only business.
It was horrifying.
Mimi Jones was 17 back then, 1964, St. Augustine, Florida. This was about much more than swimming in a pool, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It was about total segregation, lack of respect, lack of dignity.
The swim-in, part of weeks of protests led by Martin Luther King Jr., building to passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 that summer.
Do you want to be free tonight?
For Jones, equal access to swimming and water safety became one of her life's passions. Studies show 64% of African Americans have little or no ability to swim, and black children are 5.5 times more likely to drown than their white peers. In Texas, that huge disparity motivated the Thomas twins to start a program offering free swimming lessons to children in their communities.
Swimming is a very elitist sport in this country. We want to blow the lid off that and give access to any woman.
Simone Manuel also hopes to help transform the sport. In 2016, becoming the first African-American woman to win an individual Olympic gold medal in swimming.
I have dealt with experiences of racism in the sport. At the age of 12, I wanted to quit.
She's grateful to activists like Mimi Jones who paved the way.
It really is heart-wrenching to know that something as simple as wanting to swim would cause someone to throw acid on somebody because of the color of their skin.
A moment that forever changed Jones's life.
It only strengthened my resolve and my lifelong commitment to challenge racism, inequality, and lack of social justice for all.
This turned out to be one of her last interviews. Jones died of natural causes a few days later, her family says, age 73, and still hopeful.
I've never seen social change happen in this country without a battle. But I think that there's a renewed awakening.
Ron Allen, NBC News, New York.
Hey, NBC News
That don't make no
fans, thanks
sense.
for
That don't make
checking
no
out
sense.
our
Thank you,
YouTube
NBC
channel.
News. That's what I'm talking about. Y'all saw that nerdy, geeky looking man. But he knew you couldn't touch him. He knew you couldn't touch him. Coward. He knew you couldn't touch him. Because the few minutes of pleasure you would get from knocking the glasses off his face, the few minutes of pleasure you would get from grabbing him by that tie and flipping him into that water, the few minutes of pleasure will have a mob come terrorize your household and string you up somewhere. The few minutes of pleasure, there was nothing you could do. And if you try to get out the water, he could push you back in. And there's nothing you could do. But this is what I mean when I got so upset with Donald Trump trying to compare Black Lives Matter against the Confederacy. If Black Lives Matter, they don't go on no white neighborhoods and tear nothing up. If they did, the police, the SWAT team, the National Guard will come in there and kill them, and you know it. But back then, somebody could do something like that, and guess what? Nothing. There was nobody to call. You couldn't call the police. They go, oh, well, you shouldn't be trying to come to the white pool. You wouldn't have that problem, would you? Stay in your own raggedy pools. What are you calling me for? We don't want you. That's what they were there. There wasn't nobody help them. They had nobody to call. They had to sit there and burn. Go to the hospital. Oh, I'm sorry. The black hospital down the road. I'm scarred, man, and skin coming off me. Help me. We can't wait on black people. You have to go to the black hospital. 5 miles away. Burn all the way. We don't care. We can't touch it. That's what we had to deal with. How you doing, Tony? Tony said, good evening, y'all. I'm on my 15-minute break, and I just wanted to say shalom. Well, shalom, Tony. Aloha. Buenos dias. What was it? Buenos noches. But I'm just saying, that is just cruel. But these things were done, and it was an intimidation. But nobody don't want to think about it, you know? Nobody wants to think about it. We just put it out of our minds. So, what's going to happen to Kamala now? Are y'all listening to me? Kamala Harris is in danger right now. Whether you want to admit it, the woman is in danger. There are a lot of racist people that don't want to see her even be on the podium next to Joe Biden. She is in danger now. If she's left alone, somebody might try to take her out. Because there are people who even today Tony said, I gather BD gave his eulogy on the Uganda John Kamala already. That's funny, Tony. But there are people who don't want to see her. They don't want to see her up there on that stage. We just had a black president. You want to put a... No, we're not having it. No. No Trump. No Trump. No Trump. She might start to get phone calls. People might start visiting her office. Her family members might start getting hemmed up. But people going to keep the blinders on and act like, oh, Brother Doug is exaggerating. But there are still people that don't want to see you succeed. There are still people who won't go to a movie that has a lead black actor in it. And the movies where we die in the first 5 minutes, they'll go watch that. But a movie where you have to seriously focus on somebody black, I ain't going to watch that crap. Because it'll make you seem human. Tony says, well, I see the thumbnail, but you're speaking about, I guess the Kamala broad in California, and not the savage one from Uganda. Well, I found that picture of both of them together, because I was going to just use his picture to be smart, Tony, but I found one of both of them together. But like I say, I'm asking the question, are y'all happy? Are you happy? Y'all know that that woman got picked to help Joe Biden win the election. Y'all know it. She's a good woman. She's a good senator. I follow her on Twitter. I've been on Twitter a couple weeks now. I follow her on Twitter. If she gets in there, we might get that. If her and Biden win, we might get that $2,000 a month stimulus that she proposed. She proposed a $2,000 a month stimulus for the rest of the year. Tony says, you know, he died, BD, yesterday, correct, of COVID complications. Oh, I thought he died of his diabetes. I know he lost one of his legs, right? I heard that he lost one of his legs to the diabetes. Man. Tony said they proposed much before they elected. Well, I'm saying she was trying to get that passed. And you know, the Republicans said, heck no. She was trying, because you know they're doing it in Canada. And if they can do it in Canada, why can't we do it here? And you know, I heard somebody say, well, Brother Derek, they can't do that because the United States is in debt. Who fault is that? Whose fault is it that we in debt? Because if you don't pay your taxes, they're going to take your check or they're going to lock you up. So should we be able... Yeah, Tony says both legs were amputated. I thought so. And he said died from COVID. Actually, I don't know if y'all watch Jim Cornette. He has a podcast, and they have like little snippets. And he had did one on Kamala. And that's how I knew he was sick. I didn't know he had COPD though. But I knew he was sick. I knew he had diabetes and other kind of problems. And they were saying that people were trying to get a fund for him. That's why I said, you know, when you're young, you live it up. When you get old, you pay for all the stuff you did when you were young. Tony said, yes, I seen the Cornette one. I hate to admit it, but I actually like the Jim Cornette show. I know he said some things, you know, but I like it. I don't know why. And I miss him being on NWA. That I don't like that new commentator. But since the CV, they really haven't been on. But people got offended about the comment he made about he said I think Dick Murdoch's son. I can't think of his first name. Trevor Murdoch. He looked just like his father too, fat and nasty. He said that he was so tough that he could ride a moped through Ethiopia with a bucket of fried chicken strapped to his back. He had made that joke years ago. It wasn't a new joke. He told it several times. But back then, you know, before the Sally Struthers and the Help Ethiopia and We Are the World, they were starving in Ethiopia. And if you try to walk through Ethiopia with a bucket of chicken, you was going to get mauled. So I understood what he was saying, but they were saying that it was racist. But yeah, Jim Cornette said that, yeah, that's how he got off of NWA. And they wanted him to apologize. And he said, apologize for what? I told that joke about 10 times. I think the first time he said it, you remember You remember the Big Boss Man? Y'all remember the Big Boss Man for the WWF? He didn't start out as the Big Boss Man. He started out with Jim Cornette, and his name was Bubba Rogers. Big Bubba Rogers. Remember he used to wear the suit with the hat, look like a gangster? And he used to be Jim Cornette bodyguard before he became the Big Boss Man in WWF. He said the same thing. Big Bubba could ride a moped through Ethiopia. And this was back in the 80s. He had told that joke several times. The same joke. I don't know why this year it became a problem. And nobody say nothing when he said it. Even when he said it, nobody said a problem until afterwards, after the show, because the person didn't edit it out. That could have been edited out. Those shows are taped in advance. Those shows are taped in advance. I'm talking about they are taped like 8 or 9 weeks. They'll do an 8 or 9 week show in like 2 days. They'll just tape it. So they had all that time before it came live, before it was shown on YouTube. It could have been edited out, so they didn't see a problem with it. But then some people, Jim Cornette went too far this time. And he's like, man, I've been telling this joke for years. Nobody never said nothing. And he said, why you didn't edit it out? You've had it for weeks. You didn't see it? Well, I saw it. Why you didn't edit it out? I ain't see no problem with it. Well, then what's the problem? Yeah, Ray Charella. Yeah, that was his name. Yeah, he said that about the Big Boss Man back in 1980-something. It wasn't new. It was old. But people are more sensitive nowadays. Y'all understand what I'm saying? People are more sensitive. But he been using that show. He used it in WWF. I can't remember who he talking about. He talking about somebody in WWF. And he used it. So, I mean, he used it in WCW. He used it in Mid-South. That same joke. That's why I didn't get it. You know, some things you shouldn't say. The driver got a link for us. Hey Tony, what do you think about Sammy Guevara from AEW? You know he like 22. But years ago he made a comment about Sasha Banks. Something about she looks so good I would rape her. They suspended him, made him go to sensitivity training. He had to be in his teens when he said that. You know. Yeah, you said they called Kamala a savage from Uganda. Well, you know that what's his name? What is his name? Cowboy Bill Watts and Jim Cornette and Jerry Lawler, when they were in Mid-South, they saw Kamala, his name James Harris. They saw him. And he was a big guy, but he couldn't wrestle a lick. And no matter what they told him, he couldn't learn how to wrestle. So Bill Watts decided to call him, to come up with the Kamala thing. And Jerry Lawler used to paint the moons and stuff on his stomach. Kamala was from the South. He was a Southern boy. He wasn't no savage from Uganda. But he played that part well, though. You got to give it to him. But yeah, they said he couldn't wrestle a lick. And if you notice, he didn't wrestle. Yeah, that's all he did. That's all he did. He could. They say he didn't know a wrist lock from a toe lock. I think that was nice of him. That was nice of them to help him out like that. But yeah, that's how he started. He couldn't wrestle a lick. He had the size, but he couldn't wrestle. So they said, we got a big man here. We can make some money off of him, but he just can't wrestle. And you know, there was a lot of wrestlers like Brickhouse Brown. You know, Junkyard Dog was an accident. Some people down there in Memphis and Tennessee, man, they love Junkyard Dog. Junkyard Dog was like Hulk Hogan down there. Junkyard Dog couldn't wrestle either. But they loved him. Butch Reed. They loved to boo Butch Reed. They pay that money to see him get beat up by that fan favorites. That's why I said it's surprising. But it's like, you know, as long as he ain't the world champion, I'll go watch him get beat up. You know, as long as he ain't the champ. As long as he ain't supervisor, I can work with him. But he ain't gonna tell me what to do. I don't mind him working at the restaurant, but he ain't gonna tell me where to sit at. You know, that's a problem. I don't mind him dunking on all the white boys, but he can't own the team. Y'all see what I'm saying? That's the crazy part.
2 for 6.
That's the part I don't get.
Over, he gets up and is like, I'm calling the cops. And everyone in the gym is just like, whoa, what's going on? Like, what is he? We thought he was joking.
Story everybody's talking about, most viewed story of the day on fox5dc.com. A Virginia man calls the police after he gets fouled during a pickup basketball game.
Yeah, this happened at an LA Fitness in Sterling. Tonight we're hearing from a man who was part of that game gone wrong. Fox 5's Lindsay Watts has the story.
This is the hardest foul in America, bro. What you guys say, bro? You calling the cops if you get fouled, brother? You calling the cops if you get fouled? You calling the cops if you get fouled?
Inside this LA Fitness, a basketball game ended up being reffed by Loudoun County Sheriff's deputies.
I'm still trying to wrap my mind around it.
This man was there for it, and first to tell the world on Twitter Monday night, he says this guy called authorities on this guy.
No punches were thrown, nothing. It wasn't malicious, no hits to the face or anything like that.
He didn't want to use his name, but described what he witnessed. If you know basketball, he says the move in question was a pick.
Basically, you just stay here and maintain your ground. And he just ran into him. He might not have seen him because no one told him the pick was coming. So he just ran into him, fell down kind of hard. I mean, that's basketball. You know, that's nothing you would call the police about. You know, his hands are, you know, down here.
The guy who fell had the gym receptionist call for help. Sheriff's office.
Hi, yes, I'm calling from LA Fitness at the Dallas Town Center, and a member got assaulted.
Based on this call,
does the victim need an ambulance, anything like that? No.
Deputies thought they were responding to something more serious. Another player posted this video.
Have you ever been called for a basketball foul before
No.
This the first time?
That's my first basketball foul.
You were coming for a basketball foul?
Not for that, no, I just heard it was a fight.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Man, they called you for a foul, man.
The sheriff's office says in the end, neither man involved wanted to file a formal report. Perhaps most bizarre about all this, our witness says that after deputies left, both men went back on the court to finish the game.
Everyone kept playing. That's what's so bizarre about the whole situation. It's like, why did it have to be that serious?
He says he doesn't believe there was some bigger issue behind what happened.
Why, BB?
You can tell it was strictly basketball. There was no racial undertones or anything like that.
And lastly, he says even if there had been real referees at the game,
there would have been no call. Even in the NBA as it is now, because people think, a lot of fouls and stuff are called now, it would not have been a foul. It would just, everyone had kept playing. Like, it wouldn't have even been an afterthought.
Lindsay Watts reporting there. Now, we did try to reach out to the guy who called the sheriff's office. We've not yet heard back.
Because you ain't. You're not going to hear back from that Kern. That Dern. Now, that's a Dern. That is a Dern. Tony said. Hey, Tony and the driver, look. Is there anybody here from the inner city? I'm going to tell y'all something. I can't play basketball to save my life. I've never really liked the game. But I went up New York City. White Men Can't Jump, all these basketball movies they were making, all these stories, all these rap songs about how you shook them and you knock them down and you make the jump shot. Y'all know that I'm a wrestling fan. I combine wrestling with basketball. I didn't play it much, but when I did, I wasn't a great shooter, but I was a great blocker. I could block the person because I'd knock them down. Now, I went up New York, and I'm thinking, we're going to play some hard street ball. I'm going to go up there, and I'm going to just be knocking them down and just, because all I knew how to do was to flip you and then go under there and do the little layup underneath the back. That's all I knew how to do. I wasn't good at shooting. I just knew how to go. You go up to the basket and you just lay it up in there. Because I was short. So there wasn't no dunking. But I went up New York, and they were like, you don't play basketball? I said, well, I really don't play it. They were like, come on, Baltimore country. So I got up there, I started knocking people down. And I looked up, I had about 6 or 7 New Yorkers ready to jump on me. I'm like, well, what's the problem? Why are you playing so rough? I'm like, wait a minute now, I'm from Baltimore. All we hear is about street basketball. Throwing people down, y'all flip people, That's what I'm doing. He said, nah, man, that's TV. That's TV. Don't nobody really play like that. But I'm like, well, what about you see all the street ball and people getting knocked down and all that. No, man, you fouling everybody. I thought there wasn't no fouls in the street ball. They're like, man, you watch TV too much. They gonna beat me up. Because I went up there, I thought that's how you played. But see, that's the media. The media got people in other cities playing like that, but the one city they talking about, they don't do that. Wait a minute. Liz said, it's my bedtime, but I'll be listening. Tony said, good night, Liz. Driver said, good night, Liz. Liz said, thanks, Tony. I'll be listening. If I hear something, I'll make my comments. Liz said, thanks, driver. Good night. Have a good night, Liz. Thanks for hanging with us. I could have came on a little earlier, but somebody sent me the link of a meltdown today. Somebody had a meltdown on YouTube, so I was watching the meltdown. I had actually watched a couple minutes of it, and somebody said, I turned it off. Somebody came back and said, you gotta go back and man, did I really cause all that? I didn't mean to. That wasn't my intent. I was just exposing. But yeah, I can't believe. Liz said, BD Now you know you are never early, laugh out loud. Well, I have been using cola to mix with the A&W. And even though we only using that much in the 1 liter bottle, even though we was only using that much in the 1 liter bottle, that caffeine was making me stay up. And that's how my sleep habits got messed up. So now I don't have no caffeine in me. I told y'all we got the Hawaiian Punch Red. I had that yesterday. Y'all watched the show. Today, we're doing the Hawaiian Punch Purple. Tomorrow, we're going to do the ginger ale. No caffeine. So I actually fell asleep and woke up at daggone 6 in the morning. And then I stayed up till about noon and then went back to sleep. And I got up around 5 something. So we came on earlier today. Still not as early as I want. I want to get back to 5 o'clock. We got the sermon tomorrow. Anybody have anything they want me to discuss on Bible study tomorrow? Anybody have a topic or a question you want me to cover? Anybody? What about you, Tony? You got something you want me to cover? Anybody? Anybody? Anybody have a question, an issue, something I haven't covered? A question you always had? We can tackle it tomorrow. Well, while we wait, let's take a look at this link. Oh, crap. Let me get off this man. Ain't it? You gotta find Liz here. Oh, somebody sent me this. We never watched it. My bad. Somebody sent me this, y'all. Hold on. We didn't. I don't think we saw this. I don't know what this is, y'all. Somebody sent it to me. I wish our boy Reg T was there. He'd have gave us all the info. I think he in California.
They're out here busting shit. They just wanna fuck out here, busting windows and all that type of shit.
Well, where's the action? Where's the action at? See, he ain't like Reggie, man. He's whack. Where the action at, man? Where everybody at? Where the looting? I hear voices, but I don't see no action. He's showing the ground. Come on, man. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt.
I don't know what the fuck they doing. They just got the coming down here and going the fuck off. You got the fucking shit.
This is why I keep trying to get y'all in the 360. You don't even have to know how to work a camera to get all the shots. This man's showing the street.
They wanna fuck off down here.
I'm trying to get into this, man. Are there gonna be some action or something? Let's speed up something. All right, here we go. Now we got some action. Can't see nothing though.
This is wild right here, to tell you the truth. I'm watching too. Like I say, it's all going down.
They gonna fuck off.
Yeah. So I'm gonna be going through different joints. You right. Joy sorrows within itself. And started all this stuff right here. And then when you think about it, when you say, well, yo, they gonna send the military in, okay, if they send the military in, what if there's underage, you understand, male and females that are out there? Then what? Will the military then kill the children? Will the military start shooting at the teens? You see? Shout out to everybody up in the building early morning. If you're just coming up in the building, I'm pretty sure you see the title. This took place like 2 hours in Chicago. The city is tore all the way up downtown, that joint on lockdown. We'll get to some news segments as well, a few clips.
They going to fuck off down here.
There's somebody that was there. I ain't gonna say what their name is or nothing. I just figure, hey, y'all might want to see the stuff that the news ain't gonna show you. It's jumping off, y'all.
Where's the action, man? She got some stuff.
Chat was good with it. If you
fast forward some. Here we go.
Share this video. We're going through every algorithm, y'all. Let's go.
He said share the
Let's go.
video.
Get him up. Get him up. Get him up. Let's go. I am too hungry. Let's say me too. Hey.
I'm getting dizzy. Come on, man. Got the camera turned the wrong way. Come on, Chico. Chico. Man, tore that place up.
Everybody in this group. You laugh, bro? Right there. Oh, hell. My shit ain't never just stuck like this.
What up, Modesty? Orange Goose, what up?
Man, they gonna fuck her. On me. I got my shit. I'm a mom that gonna fuck her. Those guys who stairs back go up. Get caught. Our mama, they
We don't watch the news because we are the news. Let's go, man.
Let's fast forward something.
We saw the officer who appeared to have been pepper sprayed pouring water into his eyes at the scene and then being escorted away. This whole thing started around 2:30 this afternoon when someone called police about a man with a gun. Officers responded and say they saw someone who fit the description and tried to apprehend him, but he ran.
During the foot pursuit, the offender turned and fired shots at the officers. The officers then returned, discharging their weapons.
The officers were not hit. The offender was. Tension grew when police say a person at the scene spread what they say is misinformation about officers allegedly taking a cell phone from someone who community members say was recording the incident.
This right here is a direct response to one agitator being on the scene, getting people all worked up without having the full story.
We're going to get the full story.
Now, police say they did recover a weapon at the scene.
Deputy
Chief Talley tells us that there is not body cam footage of this incident, but she would not say why. Now, 2 people who did clash with police at the scene were arrested, and COPA is investigating this whole incident.
Wow. Wow. That's how, like I say, at this point, like I say, man, you know, they're going to give you some, they're going to give you some news updates and some stuff like that or whatever. You know me, man, I'll be wanting to see what the hell going on. I got to go back in. I got to see what old boy was talking about. And like I said, I got several other Jim Janks as well, you know what I'm saying, that people don't upload it. I'm finding now. Matter of fact, I just seen another one from the Facebook demonstration. So we're going to keep on going through this joint right here. Yeah, we'll keep going through it. My bad, family.
Here we go.
If you're just coming up in the building, make sure that you smash that like button. Let's try to get this live stream through the recommended suggested videos. Everybody ain't paying attention. I think they sleep. We woke over here.
That don't make no sense. This thing ain't burning nothing.
IC Bean, we in here. You know the news ain't gonna tell us the truth.
Yeah, this Chicago, Liz. I'm not even gonna say that.
Donald, you know we up in here getting these receipts right now. That's all we doing. That's all we doing right now is getting all these damn receipts right now. Yeah, because I already know, man. The news, you know how the news do. Yeah, they only gonna tell half of the damn story and stuff like that or whatever. We need all of it. We need all of this stuff right here. Now I'm gonna show you the next damn incident that I done caught too. That done came through the algorithm. Yeah. Hey, look here. This right here, I'm gonna say that it gives me that same.
That's it.
Hold on, look at this shit right here.
Look at that quality. God done.
Eat this, man. Hold on. All right.
That bitch finna snap off. I ain't trying to talk, man. That bitch finna snap. Coco, get your big eyeball ass under my live, bro. Big ass eyeballs, bro. Go watch somebody else shit. Talking about suburbs. Bitch, I'm in a rap. Bitch, you from the suburbs. Man, cause your baby daddy don't want you.
Gang. Look, watch this. This dude is going to record himself while doing this. Look at this. He don't even have on a mask.
Look at my damn self.
Look. Look at this, man. And the comments are hilarious. If you have a hard time seeing the comments on that screen, turn your phone sideways. He on live, breaking into the ATM Jim Jack.
I ain't trying to talk.
Look.
That bitch finna snap. Coco, get your big eyeball ass from under my live, bro. Big ass eyeballs, bro. Go watch somebody else shit. Talking about suburbs. Bitch, I'm in a rap. Bitch, you from the suburbs. Man, cause your baby daddy don't want you. Fuck is wrong with you? Fabi. Fuck is wrong with her? Go get your baby daddy back. Then come loose. Fuck is wrong with you?
You said you see now. You gave me the link.
See
I'm out here getting good.
You don't ask me where it is. You gave me the link.
High school diploma say, bro, stop fucking calling me, bro. I'm not answering. No calls. Get your stupid ass down here, bro. Fuck is wrong with y'all, bro? Bro, motherfuckers. Man, look, we need to find the store and break in that bitch, bro. At this point, find the fucking bank, bro.
Find a bank.
All I asked him is, back this way. Oh, I see McDonald's.
See McDonald's.
Triple cheeseburger.
Oh, shit.
Talking about dirty. Bitch, I'm playing tonight. Folks, no, I'm finna go back and put on all my gear. Fuck is wrong with you? Then go sell for me. I don't gotta spend my check. Fuck is wrong with you? I don't gotta spend the shit I work for. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna spend my looting check. Turn it on, you big alcohol.
Damn.
Hey, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me. Folks know your ass. Check.
I gotta admit, that was funny. He said he gotta split his looting check. That was funny. Looting check.
If you're not from here, don't come here. What's wrong with you? Bitch. I'm finna go.
He said, I ain't waiting on the Senate. I got my own stimulus right here. I'm taking my own stimulus package.
Loot the barbershop, grab some fucking clippers, man. I need a liner, man. I'm about little ass trash. Bitch, stop playing with me. My shit is shaking. What is wrong with you? Bro, we back this way, bro. We finna go find some action, bro. Y'all guys wanna pull off? Yeah, come on, we going here. Oh, bro. Bitch, nuking, Trey. He said, LOG, what, fat boy? What, fat boy?
The heck are we watching?
Let me guess, you want something? Want for 4X? Bitch, I'm always clean. Bro, I'm finna...
This shit is crazy. I'm telling y'all, man. Hey, look at here. That shit is crazy. I'm like, little fam don't even care nothing. He gonna break into the gym jank. He ain't got the mask on or nothing. Just out with the. Come on, man. You see what I'm saying? That's why, hey, look here. That's why a lot of these cats out here, man, they need like big brothers, man. They need somebody talking to them, man. Somebody to be able to explain this stuff to them. Like, man, even if you're doing something like that, man, cover your face up. Don't just put yourself.
All right, let's fast forward again.
We're going in right now.
All right.
Yeah, we're going in right now.
It's fucking lit.
Got him. Got him. We don't watch the news because we are the news. I'm trolling.
It's busting. They marching. Oh shit. They marching. They running this shit. It's busting. Oh, they busting shit.
It's amazing how we hear stuff breaking, but he won't show it. You can hear them hitting stuff and breaking stuff. You don't see it though. Listen, you can hear stuff being broke. Okay, right here. They're breaking into the AT&T store.
They're going down.
Police officer right now. There's a cop right there, and they ain't moving.
Can we fight y'all? Can we fight y'all? No.
They want a 5G phone. You better get out the way, officer. They're trying to get that 5G.
You see this? He said, can we fight y'all? They ain't gonna put that part in the news. They ain't gonna talk about all this stuff. Folks folks is mad about that 15-year-old being shot and killed. Officer involved shooting.
Sign say 5G built right. They want that 5G. Y'all the way, officer. I'm mad about the boy being shot, but I want a 5G phone. Y'all the way. I need some new shoes. Y'all the way.
Somebody say what a perk said. Dang.
Highlights, I should say. And he said that maybe about 4:45 this morning, he thinks it was, he heard 4 to 6 shots fired. And then he heard another 4 to 6 that sound like a return fire. So once again, police here still trying to figure out if they're looking for one offender, more than one, exactly how many. Again, none of the officers was hurt, and they were trying to stop looters. Now we were told by the spokesperson for
Hey. Look. Hello, man. Boy. First, they want them first. Look at the cops just walking around. Look. He said you were cool. This is wild, yo. Look at the cop. Why the news ain't showing this? Look.
Somebody in there.
Say he going to jail. They had him up in the stove. He went down the escalator and everything. Say Boogie say the cops don't want to die, that's why they just watching. Hey!
Look at how many of them it is. Look at how many of them it is. God damn.
I mean, I ain't throwing out no suggestions or nothing like that. But I'm like, damn, when all kind of stuff like this be going on, why they just don't go hit like a lumber yard or a place where they, you know what I'm saying, got a lot of, you know what I'm saying, home, you know, like a home improvement store, like Home Depot, Lowe's and shit, like some bulldozers and tractors and shit, like they just smashing shit up. Like, hey, boy, the world is ill out here, man. Shout out to Nellyville. World ill, boy. He was just walking around. You barely holler.
Tune in the bitches and hoes and all the brother knows.
Dang.
Every Wednesday.
Put his whole face up in there.
All 302 of you motherfuckers. Locks by James. Come get y'all locks done. 773-876-1881.
Hold on.
Motherfucker when it comes to locks.
Hey, somebody get that number. I'm about to call them, man. Shit. Hold on, fam.
Back to the show.
Back to the show. Hold on, man. Fuck that.
773-876-1881.
Hey, get that number, y'all. Hold on. Get that number, y'all. Get that number, man. Hold on. We're about to call them, man. Get that number. Wait a minute. I'm about to get that number. Hold on. Do I got a pen? Yeah, I got a pen. Hold on. We're about to get that number, y'all. About to call James in a little bit. Locks. I would have said, I'm going to wait on.
876-1881. 773-876-1881.
Mr. Man.
Back to the show. It's busted. Here we go.
Back to the show, y'all. Let's go, man.
Hold on. Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. Look. Niggas running. Yeah, lock tension, eh? They hit motherfuckers.
They hit motherfuckers. It's bossing. It's bossing.
Look, let me clear with the phone. Oh my gosh, man. James say he had to plug the business.
All right, hold on. At least we got full screen.
Oh shit, James! James, tighten up, James. But tighten up, James. They ain't playing with your ass, James. Jump your ass over through there.
They own me.
John, get your ass up. Listen.
Gotta be safe.
Nice, that's me right there.
Make sure, y'all got, hey, I'm reporting this shit for y'all. Y'all make sure I'm safe, guys. Right? Make sure I'm safe. Y'all seen him, right? All right, he hit me, y'all better report his ass. Hold on, here we go. Back to the action, y'all.
Back to the action.
Front lines.
Damn,
Back on Michigan Avenue. Here we go.
Back on Michigan Avenue. We come with the white beat on.
Here we go.
They out there, boy.
Somebody come get me from down here.
About somebody mad and something else going on. I don't know.
And it's the Colorado Hotel. If y'all live in Chicago, stay at the Colorado Hotel. It's a nice ass hotel. the blind folds and shit. Let's catch up to the action, y'all.
Somebody out there with a blanket on.
I'm on the scene. Catch up to the action.
Boy, this shit wild, boy. Look at Jay the star ready. Look.
Catch up to the action.
He got up with it.
That nigga gangster right there.
And I put their mask back on. Look. Look at her.
She throwing punches at the cop. The hell are you people?
Ooh. But they is wilding out here tonight. Hey. Ooh. That's what I was saying. That mother do look like a diaper with them fake Jordans on.
Yeah, fake Jordans.
Hey, look, man, these people crazy, man. Boy, look at him. This shit wild out here, boy.
Hold on a second, y'all.
You better sit your ass down, girl. Get up, look up.
Oh shit, they're in Nike.
Look out. Look at her. They done went up in Nike.
They went in Nike.
It's something serious now.
Fuck Nike.
Going to get them J's.
Oh.
Going to get them J's.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Raw shit.
No, it's not ready.
Gonna get them Air Jordan tennis shoes.
So what happened, son?
Get them Air Jordan tennis shoes. Some $5 shoes, boy. LeBron James.
They bustin' shit.
Damn, boy, this shit crazy, boy. You ain't gonna do all that running out there now. Oh, look at everybody walking around and shit. Dang. Got a diaper and a cane go. Boy, y'all ain't shit, boy. Chat ain't shit over here, boy. Yeah, talking shit. There we go. But they want them Air Jordan tennis shoes. I know that though. They done bust up in Nike on them TikTok.
All right, I'm bored. Anybody still here? I'm sorry. All righty, y'all. Check this out. Might not be no stimulus check. Putin says Russia has approved the world's first COVID-19 vaccine, but questions over its safety remain. Come on.
Russia is claiming its government has just approved the world's first coronavirus vaccine. President Vladimir Putin announced his daughter is actually among the first to receive a dose of the drug named Sputnik 5. Take a listen to this.
Утром зарегистрировано. The vaccine against coronavirus has been registered for the first time in the world this morning. I know that it works quite effectively. It forms a stable immunity.
Elizabeth Cohen joins us live now. So Elizabeth, a lot of people are skeptical about this vaccine. The big question is it safe and is it effective?
We don't know. We don't know, Zane, because they haven't actually fully tested it. It is standard that when you are going to put a vaccine on the market and vaccinate basically, essentially your entire population, you want to make sure if it's safe and effective. I know that sounds crazy, but that's the standard, and Russia has not followed this standard. They are still doing their phase 3 studies. So they might have, they did some earlier studies, maybe as best as anyone can tell, on a couple hundred people. That is not enough. That is not enough to know if it works. It is not enough to know if it's going to hurt people, maybe even kill people. There is a reason we do phase 3 studies with tens of thousands of people. You don't put the vaccine on the market while you're doing those studies. You put the vaccine on the market after you have done those studies. So, Mr. Putin sort of trotting out his daughter as an example of, oh, she was fine. Who cares? Who cares? It doesn't matter if one person was fine. You want to know if tens of thousands of people are fine. I think that the former U.S. Food and Drug Administration Commissioner Dr. Scott Gottlieb said, he put it perfectly, I wouldn't take it.
All right, thank you, CNN. I think that was CNN British. Hope I don't get flagged. Y'all know they don't play. So, that might not be no CV. Might not be no there might not be no stimulus money. Russia said that they got the first vaccine for the CV. That might give Congress an excuse not to give us our stimulus check. That might be bad news. I guess we're not getting no new bike or scooter. I guess we're not getting no new, well, we don't need it. If I just want to speed, I can just get a faster bike. I just want to speed and just want to ride around. We still waiting on the paperwork to come for the bus. Because, we can take the scooter that we got. We can take that, to the market and the pharmacy and the doctors. And this paper ever get here? It's been over a week. What's taking them so long? I might have to call and ask them to send it again. We've been waiting for that application because I wanted to fill it out and take it to the doctors. Because if I get in that program, all I gotta do is make a phone call. I can look and decide where I want to go, see what kind of money I got, and we can go around. Like I said, we ain't got to buy nothing, So we can go, ride around for a couple hours, check out some cool places, Like I said, really don't have to buy anything, but just ride around. Maybe stop at the food court and get a salad or something, We don't have to do nothing fancy, but it looks like That might, will be, if we can get in the program, not getting the stimulus check won't kill the plans, but it'd be a lot easier with that program, because if I can have the bus take us there, then we can save the battery power and use that to ride around with. And then when we start getting low and there ain't no place to like recharge at, we can call the bus and have the bus bring us back. So either way, we'll be good. So let's take a look at our CV cases. And I still got a video to show y'all. So don't go nowhere. Man, wait a minute, I got a lot of videos sitting here. What are these videos? Hold on a second, y'all. What are these videos I got sitting here? Oh, no. Even though that was one of mine. That was one of my videos that was sitting there. All right, take a look at these CV numbers here. 5,305,957 cases of COV in the United States today. Deaths, 167,749. Recovered, 2,755,348. Closed cases, 2,923,097. 94% discharged, recovered. 6% of the people have died. Let's get it. Did they reset the numbers again? Yep. Go back to yesterday. Check it out, y'all. I told y'all the numbers was going to, oh, Lord. California, 11,945 cases. They lost 182 people today. Florida picked up 5,831 new cases. They lost 276 people. 276 people died in Florida today. Texas, they picked up 7,976. They lost 220 people today. New York City picked up 711 new cases. 10 people died today. Georgia, sweet Georgia, they lost 3,563. They picked up 122 cases. Georgia coming for you, New York, they coming for you. They lost 122 people in Georgia. Illinois, they picked up 1,549 new cases today. 20 people died in Illinois today. New Jersey, they picked up 360 cases. 11 people died today. Arizona, they picked up 1,214 new cases. They lost 45. Arizona is coming for New Jersey. North Carolina, they picked up 1,430. They lost 63 people in North Carolina. Louisiana, they picked up 1,164. They lost 26 people. Pennsylvania picked up 792 new cases. They lost 27 people. They held off Tennessee. Tennessee picked up 1,001 and lost 38. Massachusetts picked up 392, lost 10. Alabama, they picked up 831 and lost 50. Ohio picked up 1,093. They lost 35. South Carolina, they picked up 971. Ohio held them off. Ohio held them off with their 1,093. As y'all see, it ain't much difference. 102,849, 102,130. They lost 49 in South Carolina. Virginia picked up 996. They lost 17. Michigan, where that? They picked up 907 and lost 7. Maryland, we picked up 585. We lost 13. Indiana picked up 870 and lost 25. Mississippi picked up 644, lost 32. Washington State, 487 new cases. They lost 20. Minnesota, 61,839 cases. They lost 323 people. They lost 6. Wisconsin, right on their tail. Not even 100 case difference. 839 versus 785. So you add that 15. They 44 cases. 44 cases separate Minnesota and Wisconsin. But Wisconsin picked up 724. They lost 8. Wisconsin gonna take Minnesota tomorrow. Missouri, 1,031. They lost 5. Nevada, 548, lost 18. Colorado picked up 402 and lost 12. Connecticut, 117, no losses. Arkansas, 383, they lost 11. Iowa, 259, they lost 6. Utah, 362, they lost 4. Oklahoma, 765, they lost 13. Kentucky, 539, they lost 8. Kansas, 93, they lost 5. Nebraska, 334, they lost 3. Idaho, 2595, they lost 7. New Mexico, 199, they lost 3. Oregon, 286, they lost 11. Rhode Island, 119, they lost 1. Delaware, 65, they lost none. District of Columbia, 89, they lost 2. South Dakota, 50, no losses. North Dakota, 172, they lost 5. West Virginia, 121, lost 6. New Hampshire picked up 21, no deaths. Montana, 87, they lost 2. Maine, 1 and lost 1. Alaska, 46, lost none. Hawaii, 118, lost none. Wyoming, 31, lost 1. Vermont, picked up 10, lost none. Guam, 16, lost none. Nothing for the Marina Islands. Puerto Rico, 582, they lost 8. Virgin Islands, 29, no deaths. No stats from the military. Veteran Affairs, picked up 666. Oh, the double number, 666. They lost 60. Federal prisons picked up 105, no deaths. Navajo Nation picked up 19. 5,305,957 total cases for the whole United States. The United States picked up 54,519 new cases today. Total deaths, 167,749. New deaths today in the United States, we lost 1,504 people. We lost 1,504 people today. Are we getting better or are we getting worse? Are we getting better or are we getting worse, people? Are we getting better or are we getting worse? All I'm asking. All right, y'all, let's have a little comedic relief. Let's check out what Kevin King.
And I'm gonna do my video. I'm just having fun dancing.
So where's the music at?
See, look, y'all, look at this. So I'm moving around. Just having fun, y'all. Just having fun.
Oh, yeah,
I am having fun.
We've had it since January 15th.
I'm just having fun.
I need $5 to give a first check.
I'm just having fun. I know me, I'm the cat on breath. See y'all, I'm the cat on my breath. Go on and move out. I'm gonna order cut off fat. So I'm just catching my breath, y'all see it? I'm catching my breath, I'm dancing. I'm moving like a bird, y'all.
Okay. Okay. I was waiting for him to knock TV over. That's what I was waiting for. You know, knock that TV over. That's I was waiting to see him knock it over. I was just waiting for the one day. He's like, oh, you see? I knocked my TV over. Oh, I turned my TV down. Oh, my TV over. You see? I need somebody to send me a new TV. Knock my TV over. All right.
Bang! Bang, bang, bang! See, so I want to do my fat red meat dancing. Show y'all what I got. And I can't do a lot of this dancing, make me all tired.
Now let me get my thumbs up.
Back of my side hurts and stuff.
Hey, Triple. Look, he showed himself.
I can't do my bed doing that dancing. Well, like that. Like that.
He get more views
than you. Like that, y'all. Y'all see what I'm doing?
He said he dancing. I put that on for you now. I know you enjoy it. He said he dancing like a bird. You know what I'm saying? He might have got more views for that video than I probably get for this one. That shows you how sick people really are. I thought I sent the link. There it is.
Some may wonder.
What was that? Oh, do me a favor, y'all. The next time Super Saiyan Jim come in this chat, block him on sight. The next time Super Saiyan Jim come into this chat, block him on sight. Hopefully he'll never come, but if he does, block him on sight.
His mind about this decision, and there's actually an email that has gone out to supporters that said that Joe Biden has selected Kamala Harris as his running mate. Wow. There's actually an entire Biden-Harris logo at the top of this email. Now, Biden ran against Kamala Harris during the Democratic primary. They had that contentious debate moment, but ultimately, according to this email, I can read you a little bit from it. It says, folks, you make a lot of important decisions as president, but the first one is who you selected to be your vice vice president. I've decided that Kamala Harris is the best person to help me take this fight to Donald Trump and Mike Pence, and then to leading this nation starting in January 2021.
All right, historic news coming from our left. Thank you so much. Let's go straight to our panel. Dana Bash, this is history. Dana, if you're there, we are running from our left. Kamala Harris has been selected as Joe Biden's running mate, making her the first black female vice presidential pick and first Asian female vice presidential pick.
And that is so important to stop, take a breath, and take a moment to mark this moment. You are absolutely right to do so, Pamela, because this is the third time we have seen a woman be picked by a man as running mate. It is the first time we have seen a woman of color.
Look at Al Sharpton on stage.
It is a moment in history. It is a moment that everybody is going to remember, whether or not Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, that ticket wins or not. This is something that Vice President Biden has been obviously pressured to do, but it is also something that he has clearly looked at based on what he wants his legacy to be. Remember, he was the vice president to the first African-American president. He is somebody who is only the presumptive Democratic nominee because of the support of African Americans and people of color. He was nowhere in the primary process until South Carolina, with all of its African American demographics. They're the ones who brought him back to life and ultimately made him the nominee. And he, remember, it was with CNN. On March 15th, in our debate, he told us he was going to pick a woman, and now we know that woman is Kamala Harris. It is a big moment in American history. And I just want to say that as we were talking about leading up to this was not an easy decision for Joe Biden to make on who he was going to pick for so many reasons. The fact that he chose Kamala Harris, who was his rival, but not just his rival, somebody who really upset him in a very visceral way during the very first debate by going after him about his record on busing. And the fact that he overcame that and decided that she is the best partner for him, not just in the campaign, but if he becomes president, you can be sure that is going to be part of the messaging that the Biden campaign is going to put out there. That shows what kind of a person he is and a leader he is, that he can put that behind him, because I can tell you, and other people will tell you too, he was really hurt, he was really upset, and he was really angry, but he's putting that behind him.
Okay, and we're just learning about this tweet from Joe Biden. I think we're going to put this up on the screen here shortly, saying, "I have the great honor to announce that I picked Kamala Harris, a fearless fighter for the little guy and one of the country's finest public servants, as my running mate." This is a historic decision. Just to remind our viewers, she served as district attorney in San Francisco, attorney general in California before becoming a senator in California and a competitor against Joe Biden during the presidential race. And now, Jeff Zeleny, she has been selected as his VP pick.
Has indeed, and this is something that really has been, I guess, the conventional wisdom all along, that Kamala Harris, the senator from California, has been seen in the eyes of many friends of Joe Biden, many Democrats, as the person who fit many of the qualifications. First and foremost, someone who has been on the national stage, someone who's been tested as a candidate. Yes, she did not win the primary. In fact, she had to end her campaign much sooner than she thought, but she was tested on the national stage, and that is something that Joe Biden knows how important it is. He ran for president, of course, his third time, so he knew that he needed someone who had been tested in that way. So I am told that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will appear for the first time together virtually tomorrow at a fundraiser for supporters. That'll be the first time we see both of them. But reading this email from Joe Biden that he sent out to supporters just a short time ago, Pamela, it also says something else. He talks about how she knew his son, Beau. They were both attorney generals at the same time. She in California, Beau Biden, of course, in Delaware, who died of brain cancer in 2015. And he says this: "I first met Kamala through my son, Beau. They were both attorney general at the same time. He had enormous respect for her and her work, and I thought about that a lot as I made this decision." So as Dana was talking about that moment from last summer on the debate stage in Miami, when Senator Harris really tried to stop the former vice president and ask questions about his long record in the Senate on race, and she talked about his opposition to a busing. Yes, Biden was hurt by that, but he also says, "I don't hold grudges." And I have to say, Pamela, it reminds me very much of, again, 12 years ago when Joe Biden was picked by Barack Obama. Those two had been at odds with each other. Right before the beginning of the Obama campaign, Joe Biden called Obama clean and articulate. Obama forgave him. Senator Obama at the time forgave him and picked him because he thought that was the best choice. So that, I'm told, has guided Joe Biden's decision through all of this. So now going forward, this is a historic decision without question. Senator Harris, of course, is going to have her record dissected. Republicans have been looking at this for a long time. Her record as a prosecutor in California, as district attorney in San Francisco. Her vote she has taken as well. But this is something that is going to, hopefully in the eyes of Joe Biden, launch him forward here to make a governing partner. But the election is still on, so they cannot think of governing partner yet. There's, of course, much of the campaign left. But this, without a question, is the biggest decision Joe Biden has made in his long political life. He clearly felt comfortable with her, and we'll certainly see how this partnership unfolds.
Yeah, absolutely. And he took a lot of time to make this important historic decision today, Nia Malika Henderson. Kamala Harris is among the best-known black women in politics right now. This is a significant choice. Tell us what this means to women, to black voters, to supporters of Joe Biden.
Well, it is a long time coming. In some ways, it seems inevitable because people have been talking about this possible pairing for almost about a year. There was an article in about a Biden-Harris ticket in May of 2019, and it's kind of been a thing among the chattering classes. But if you think about the long history of women in this country, black women in this country, trying to have a voice, black women trying to be included as women in the 19th Amendment, you think about somebody like Fannie Lou Hamer, who in 1964 and 1968 had to beg the Democratic Party for black women in Mississippi to have a voice. And then you fast forward a bit to 1972, Shirley Chisholm launching her bid for the White House in January, and saying after she lost that one of the reasons that she wanted to run was to really expand the imagination and expand America's imagination about who could be a president, who could lead. And so now we have Kamala Harris, almost 50 years after Shirley Chisholm, sending to this nomination. And listen, this, if you are a black woman who ends up in this position, the kind of hard work you have to do to first be in those positions in California, Attorney General and then Senator. She's only the second black woman to be senator in this country. The enormous amount of hard work and focus and grit she has done over this last many decades in her career to get to this point. And so, yes, this is an historic day. I imagine women around the country, particularly women who were upset about what happened in 2016 with Hillary Clinton not winning that campaign. It's a day that I think a lot of women are looked forward to for a long time. We'll obviously see what happens in November, but again, this is, I think, will expand people's ideas about who can lead, right? I mean, if you think about black women in leadership, not many black women in leadership, even in your own kind of lives and offices. It is very rare that black women accede to positions of power. And so for this to happen, we should not take this moment for granted. We should not think of it as inevitable, because it was a long time coming with a lot of fighting by black women in particular, and women just in general. And I think if you think about Kamala Harris, she herself, a fighter, right? Joe Biden certainly didn't like what she did in that debate, but it proved that she was a fighter. If you think about the viral moments she's had with people like Jeff Sessions, people like Gina Haspel, it was about being a fighter and being aggressive. And I think if you're Joe Biden, that's one of the qualities you want to see in a partner.
Well, let's keep it going. Trump said he's surprised Biden picked Kamala Harris. Well, let's keep it going. Is there a commercial here? Yep. Let me put the pause button on. I mean the mute button. Come on. We might as well go ahead and see what old Trump D-Hump had to say. And in that woman's chat, Super Saiyan Jim said, F me. So when he come over here, if he ever does come over here, block the chump. That's all I got to say. Oops.
Many stories that weren't true. She's very big into raising taxes. She wants to slash funds for our military at a level that nobody can even believe. She is against fracking. She's against petroleum products. I mean, how do you do that and go into Pennsylvania or Ohio or Oklahoma or the great state of Texas? She's against fracking. Fracking's a big deal. She's in favor of socialized medicine.
David, go sit down.
You're going to lose your doctors. You're going to lose your plans. She wants to take your health care plans away from 180 million Americans. 180 million Americans that are very happy with their health insurance, and she wants to take that away. So she was my #1 pick. I mean, she was, as they would say, because hopefully you'll start college football, she was my #1 draft pick. And we'll see how she works out. She did very, very poorly in the primaries, as you know. She was expected to do well, and she ended up at right around 2%.
I thought you wanted to get rid of Obamacare. You said she wanted to get rid of the health care. What? Nothing else. That's the question.
% and spent a lot of money. She had a lot of things happening, and so I was a little surprised that he picked her. I've been watching her for a long time, and I was a little surprised. She was extraordinarily nasty to Kavanaugh, Judge Kavanaugh then, now Justice Kavanaugh. She was nasty to a level that was just a horrible thing, the way she treated now Justice Kavanaugh. And I won't forget that soon. So she did very poorly in the primaries, and now she's chosen. So let's see how that all works out.
What are some of your thoughts on what the president had to say about Senator Harris? He doesn't sound too worried, although when we're talking to our sources close to the Trump campaign, there are some real concerns about Senator Harris and what she brings to this ticket.
And we've heard from President Trump, right, in the past, expressing, if not outright admiration, at least sort of respect for Kamala Harris's political abilities. He recently was saying that she would be a fine choice. At the time of her rollout, when she entered the presidential contest in January of 2019, he acknowledged being impressed with her rollout. He thought she had done that quite well. But I do think, listening to the president just now, Jim, the framing that he's clearly and his team are clearly looking to sort of build around Kamala Harris, a slasher of funds for the military. She has lots of things she'll have to explain, a tax raiser. And then here, this notion, he uses the word nasty when he talks about women especially, but this notion that she was nasty to Joe Biden on the debate stage, and that he thought, the president was saying, that he would not have picked her because of how nasty she was to Joe Biden, that he was surprised Joe Biden would pick someone like that. I think the Biden folks are eager to have that contrast. They want to draw and say, that's exactly the difference between Trump and Biden. Biden is somebody who can take a punch on a debate stage from a competitor and turn that around and understand that they can fight for common cause to defeat Donald Trump, whereas President Trump seems to think that that would be disqualifying. I think the president there just laid out sort of a character contrast that the Biden folks are eager to embrace, Jim.
And the other thing I thought was interesting, David, is that he defended his vice president, Mike Pence. There was no indication there that President Trump is thinking about dumping Mike Pence from the ticket, even though there's been speculation arising time and again that may happen. I've talked to Trump campaign sources, talked to Jason Miller over the weekend, who denied that was going to take place, the Trump campaign advisor. But David, I will tell you, I talked to a Trump campaign advisor not too long ago, earlier this afternoon after the Kamala Harris news was announced, who said that, it is believed by some close to the Trump campaign that this Biden-Harris ticket is going to be tougher than Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine. What do you think of the challenge that Kamala Harris poses for the Trump campaign being a part of this ticket now?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an astute observation of your source saying that. I think Joe Biden has already shown that he is going to be far tougher competition for Donald Trump than Hillary Clinton was, and that's due to one big thing. That's due to the president's handling the coronavirus pandemic, which at the end of the day, Jim, and we're going to talk a lot about Kamala Harris and what her past statements and her record are and sort of what she adds to this ticket or what potential challenges. But at the end of the day, this is going to be a race between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. People tend not to vote for the person who's in the number 2 slot on the ticket. But I think looking at where the state of this race is today, the Trump folks are right to think that they are facing stiffer competition than perhaps they faced in 2016. We're in a whole different kind of political environment.
Very different environment, David, and we've got an outstanding panel of experts and analysts here. I want to go to Van Jones to get his reaction to what the president just had to say a few moments ago. I thought it was notable, Van, that the president took a swipe at Elizabeth Warren, used the term Pocahontas again, which is obviously a racially offensive term, and is using that kind of racially offensive language on the same day that Joe Biden is making history and selecting an African-American woman to be on his ticket.
There's some real irony there. You see the president, Tracy, he's circling her in the ring. He's trying out his combinations. Nothing that he said landed, and nothing that he said is going to make a difference. I'm going to say this. Ella Jo Baker is happy up in heaven right now. Shirley Chisholm is happy. Barbara Jordan is happy. Fannie Hamer. Kamala Harris inherits an incredible legacy of African-American women who have stood up for the best in this country, who stood up to bullies and insults, who have had enough pride and self-respect to maintain their dignity and not to back down. She is the last in a very long line of people who right now are rejoicing in heaven that an African-American woman with her dignity, with her poise, with her strength, with her toughness, has endured this gauntlet and is now will be standing next to the next president of the United States. And that cannot be erased by any of this little stuff you just saw the president trying to do. They don't have a way to hit her heart. You just saw it. Right now, they don't have a way to hit her heart. They were trying out little trial balloons. You would expect them to have been ready because people have been saying it's been her for about a week. This is going to be a formidable ticket because you do have a reason now for people to get excited. You got a reason now for people to get back out here and make some history and to try to bring this country back together. I think that what I'm seeing in social media, certainly people have some concerns about some of our criminal justice stuff. That is completely being overwhelmed by people's excitement about Kamala Harris being added to this ticket.
And Malika Henderson, as you know, African-American women have been described as one of the pillars of the Democratic Party. We heard that time and again during the Democratic primaries. Picking up on what Van Jones just had to say, this is tricky territory for President Trump, is it not, in that he has so often employed racially incendiary language throughout his political career, and now Kamala Harris is standing there on this ticket for 2020.
Racially incendiary language as well as sexist language. If you think about what he just said, he was really fixated on Kamala Harris being nasty. She's so mean.
Commercial. So what do y'all think? What do y'all think? Kamala Harris?
He often uses that kind of language to refer to women. One of the things that was noteworthy to me, I could only hear it in my ear, I couldn't actually see the video. President Trump sounded kind of lazy and like his heart wasn't really in it, almost like he'd just gotten up from a nap. And I think you're gonna be able to contrast Kamala Harris's vibrance in energy, smarts, obviously, too, with not only Donald Trump, but also Mike Pence. So listen, I think they're going to throw the kitchen sink at Kamala Harris at this ticket. It'll be laced with racism and sexism in the way that we have come to see this president and understand this president over the last many years. And we'll see if it works. I mean, I have said before, racism and sexism, very powerful forces in this country. Racism might be the most powerful force in this country ever. And so it's still a big risk. It's still a big bet that you see Joe Biden making, that this country is in a place where they feel comfortable elevating a Black woman, an Indian American woman, to the second highest office of the land. We'll see. Again, obviously, Kamala Harris has navigated racism and sexism her entire life and won in California over and over again. So if you want somebody who's navigated that kind of gauntlet successfully, she is certainly the pick. But the forces of racism and sexism still very powerful, and we shouldn't ignore that. And the bold choice that Joe Biden made in picking Kamala Harris, and you can see the sort of energy, surprise, and in many ways sort of relief. It's about time from a lot of people. Van was talking about online, and certainly I think all around the country, women of color saying they have toiled in the fields, both literally in this country and then in the fields of the Democratic Party, right, for decades, and pushing this party over the top, whether you think about Joe Biden's candidacy or Barack Obama's candidacy.
All righty, so what do y'all think? Did Biden make a good decision in picking Kamala Harris? Can Kamala Harris help Joe Biden get over the hump? Could Biden and Kamala Harris do what Hillary Clinton and John Kane, whoever I don't even remember who the heck her running mate was. Can they help defeat Trump in the election? Because here's the thing. Before y'all comment, here's what I want y'all to understand. Even though Hillary Clinton was a woman, as shady as Hillary Clinton was, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. The people of this country voted for Hillary Clinton, not for Donald Trump. The Electoral College gave Donald Trump the presidency. Do y'all understand? The Electoral College. Every state has a certain amount of electoral voters. To win, you must win the Electoral College. So you can lose the popular vote by 200,000-300,000. But if you got the electorates in the college, if they vote for you, it overrides the people. The Electoral College decides. Hillary technically beat. More people voted, a lot more people voted for Hillary Clinton than they did Donald Trump. If it was up to the people, Hillary would be your president right now. The people voted for Hillary. The Electoral Colleges gave the victory to Trump, not the people. Meaning, let's take a state like California. California is one of the biggest states that we have. Texas is one of the biggest states that we have. But people try to get the votes in New York. New York is not one of the biggest states, but New York got like 20 million people. Their college is very important. Florida has a lot of electoral colleges, a lot of electoral votes. They go after some of the places in the Pacific Northwest have high electoral colleges. You see them talking about Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania has a lot of electoral colleges. When they start looking at the maps, and you'll start to see you know, red is Republican and blue is Democrat. When you look at the states that they go after and campaign in, they're trying to get the electoral college. Well, what is an electoral college? It's a set of elected people who look at what the people in their state are saying, and they make the decision on who is going to win those votes. So you have to win over the electoral colleges. That's more important than the popular vote. And that's what's crazy. But they do that because small states that don't have a lot of people in them won't really have a say unless they have a lot of electoral colleges. A small state like mine wouldn't have much say in the election. So the electoral college balances out the popular vote. Just like they said that the black vote in South Carolina put Joe Biden back on the map. But they have a lot of electoral colleges in South Carolina. The electorates. It's the popular vote and the electorate, but you need the electorates to win. That's why you'll hear them say, well, Clinton has 230 electorates, but Trump has 240. But Hillary she's ahead by 100,000 in votes. And everybody thinking, yay, Hillary's gonna win this. Electorates didn't come back up. The electorates went with Donald Trump. The electoral colleges went with Trump. That's why it was so much anger with the Democrats when Trump won in 2016, because they couldn't figure out why they had the popular vote. I think Hillary won by 200,000 votes. Why is she not the president? She's not the president because she won the popular vote, meaning that more people voted for her, but she didn't pick up the electoral colleges. The colleges balance out the vote. So some states got more people. And then those states would always decide who the president is. So the electoral college is like a balance. You know, it's been around because when you had the southern states that still had slavery, they counted the slaves as 1/5 of a person. Partially because they thought we was inferior, but they also did that because people up north didn't have slaves. So if they could count their slaves, the South would always win every case in every election. So they say, hey, they only 1/5 of a human being. And so it cut down on the popular vote, but it also cut down on how many electorates they could get. It shifted the power and made it balanced. It came back and bit the Democrats in the butt in 2016. So they're trying it again. And is adding Kamala Harris. Is that going to be enough to put them over? What do you think, Naya? Is him running with a black woman, half black, half Asian, whatever you want to call her, is it going to satisfy the racists that's with Trump right now. Could it bring some of them over? Because she doesn't look black. She's black, but she don't look it. Would they be able to say, well, I voted for her, so you can't say I'm racist. I voted for her. You can't say I'm racist because I voted for her. But in their mind, remember I told you the mental thing, the fact that she's not 100% black, so I'm not voting really for a Negro. It's like voting for Barack Obama. He's half black, half white, so he's not all black. So, he's half white. So, we can say that we've come so far that we've elected a black man to be president. And in the back of our mind, we know, hey, he's half white. So I can live with that. I'll ignore the Negro side. When I look at him, I'll see him as a white person. Go ahead. And I can shut these people up because they keep thinking, we're not going to vote for nobody black. And they're right. But he's half of us. Not all of us, but he's half of us, and I'll vote. So is that going to work with Kamala Harris? But she's not half white. What is she, half Asian and half black? But she doesn't look black. And she's the vice president, she's not the president. So yeah. Not only will we have a vice president that's black, well, she half black, but we still got a president that's white. Yeah, I'll go with that ticket. Yeah. The way Trump handled this virus, and the Senate is mostly Republican, and he can't even get the Senate to do any daggone thing. Maybe we should try something different. We tried something different with Trump, and maybe we try something different again. Let's give the Democrats another chance. So, what do y'all think? I gave y'all my opinion. What's y'all opinion? Anybody got an opinion? Come on, there's 5 of y'all in here. That's what I'm talking about. How come we talking about real stuff here and nobody got no opinion? But if we was doing all that beefing and stuff, the chat would be jumping. That's the reason why you only got 4 or 5 people in the chat. We talk about real stuff and nobody got no answer. Everybody don't want to say nothing. But we were talking about somebody in the sector, y'all be jumping. We were talking about R. Kelly rape trial or something. Everybody be in the chat talking. That's what I was trying to explain to that woman. It's hard to do shows like these. This ain't easy to do because people don't want to give their opinion. They're afraid that if they say something, when they go on somebody else's chat, oh, you was over there in Brother Dark chat, you over here. Oh, he was over there talking about that stuff. We love Trump. You was over there bashing Trump with Brother Derek. We love Biden. You was over there making fun of that old man with Brother Derek. Get out of this chat. You can't come in here. You're not welcome. So you don't say anything. I don't know why. What's your opinion? Well, all righty, it's getting late. Don't nobody want to talk. Maybe I'll talk tomorrow. Let me take a look. Because Snitch McConnell just dropped a tweet. Let's take a look at what he got to say. What did Dweeb say? The speaker and Democratic leader say not another dime for testing, treatments, or vaccines unless they get a huge tax cut for the blue state millionaires, taking our health system hostage over long time, non-COVID related liberal demands. This is a crisis. Let's govern like it. If that's the case, Mr. McConnell, Donald Trump used 4 executive orders. Why didn't he make a 5th one and give us our stimulus checks? And he said he wanted us to have better than the Democrats. So Donald Trump should have made a 5th executive order and ordered stimulus checks for $2,000 for every person in this country. That's what he should have done. If that was the case, when you saw Trump make those orders and make you look stupid because he did the job that you and your buddies couldn't do in the Senate, you had a whole day to negotiate with the Democrats. Because truth be known, it's 51 of you in the Senate. You can't get 5 or 6 Democrats to go with you. You can't convince 5 or 6 Democrats to go with you and vote and get this passed. You can't convince 5 of them. I'm just asking the question. If you don't want to bail out the states, why can't you compromise and say, we'll bail them out for 2 months, and then that's it, and let everything else go through? You could compromise. You could compromise. And during those 2 months, get up off your butt, send people to those states to make sure that money is going where it's supposed to go. Because your problem is not giving those states money. Your problem is you're afraid they're not going to use it for what they're supposed to use it for. So why don't you make sure they use it for what they use it for? See, you can snow other people, but you can't snow me. Because the fact of the matter is, Trump has been in office for 3.5 years. And if he's worried about these Democratic states and their cities, why hasn't he done anything about it? Why hasn't he followed the money? Why is it every time you ask him, what about the states? Oh, let the states do whatever they want to do. I'm not going to get involved. You are the president and you supposed to hold the states together. That means you are responsible for all 50 states, not just the ones that's Republican. Because I can pull up that COV list, and then we can pull up the list of governors. And I guarantee you that the places that are hot, those are your buddy governors. The ones you told don't worry about it. The ones you told it was going to go away. The ones you told in the summertime the sun rays is going to kill the virus. This is what you were saying. And the people that listen to you in those red states, they are tearing the chart up. They tearing the chart up. Blazing it. 10,000 cases in California today. I'm sorry, it was 11,000. 11,000 cases in California today. You ain't said nothing about it, sir. I'm going to send some help down there. I'm going to make sure they got masks. I got to go send people. I got to do something. You ain't done nothing. You just sit there. Well, just they'll figure it out. You know, it'll go away. You know, I'm not going to worry myself. You know, maybe I ought to stop testing so we see how bad it is. That's what you say. Yeah, we're doing too much testing. We didn't test so much, and you wouldn't know how much CV we had. That don't sound like a leader. A leader takes charge and handle things. You know? A leader takes charge and handles things. You want to be president of the United States again. You got less than 3 months to show the American people. Because when you signed them executive orders, you could have signed the stimulus check order too, but you didn't. Because you still want to hold it hostage. And you know that those Republicans could have sat down with the Democrats and worked something out. But you wanted this publicity stunt. This is about Donald Trump being desperate and trying to look like he doing something. Well, I messed up with the virus. I messed up with that. We can't save that. But I can get the senators to hold everybody off. Make it look like the Democrats want the people to be in the street. When the House Democrats gave that stimulus package back in May, and they sat on it and didn't get serious about it until 1 week before their last vacation. And now they on vacation again. You know how this makes the Republicans look? I don't know who's going to vote for the Republicans come November. If all those Republican senators who office is up, if y'all vote them in again, you asking them to kick you in the butt. So they don't give a damn about you. This is a stunt. Not just, they trying to say it's the Democrats, it's the Republicans. They did this to try to make Trump look good. And it's going to backfire. Because when it comes out that he can't do this stuff, what do you think about the people like me? Because his paycheck diversion, his payroll tax cut, who does that affect? It affects those of us on disability. Those of us that's on the railroad insurance. Those of us that's on SSI. We didn't get a tax cut. We paid into the system. And now we're supposed to get it back. But now you're telling people today they don't have to pay into the system. Do you think that the people are going to vote? When you see Florida flip on Donald Trump, don't be surprised. How many retired seniors are down there in Florida? That tax cut, that payroll tax cut, that funds Social Security, it funds disability, it funds railroad tax, because as a member and citizen of the United States, when you young and you working, you pay into that system. And basically, you're taking care of the people. And then when you get old, the young people take care of you. Donald Trump has just cut that off. You just cut that money. You cut that money off. You just said, screw the people. When I was working, they didn't give me no mercy. I was putting $100 a month in the Social Security. Now you're gonna tell me that people ain't got to put nothing in it, but they still gonna benefit from when they get old. I'm just saying. Some of y'all that's working and saying, yay, well, what's gonna happen when you get old? What's going to happen when you get old and you go get Social Security? They go, oh, we ain't got it no more because y'all ain't paid to it. What you going to do then? Well, can't you find the money from somewhere else? No, we in debt. We ain't overspent. So, you know, I don't know what you're going to do. I don't know how you're going to pay your bills. You better get back to work. Your leg don't work no more. Your heart don't work no more. Your arm don't work no more. It's too bad. Blame Donald Trump and the Republicans. That man did a stunt. That's why the Republicans turned down the payroll tax when he said it. That money goes into the Social Security. The other taxes, you know that you pay state tax. There are pensions from your job. When you pay that state tax, that's toward your pension. So what's going to happen when you're ready to get your pension? And the state say, well, we ain't got no money because you ain't paid it. What about your local taxes? When you say, hey, the roads is raggedy, but they're really getting raggedy now. I was on the bridge and the bridge was shaking. Why y'all ain't fixing the bridges? Have you paid the local tax? What we gonna fix it with? To the people that's on the unemployment. The state's gotta pay that 25%. Now, Trump says they were giving extra money from the last stimulus. Suppose they spend it. How are they supposed to be able to give you that extra $100? The government gonna give you $300. Remember, it's $400. How are you supposed to get the other $100? You're not paying anything to the state, right? How the state supposed to pay you? I was just asking a question. If I'm wrong, somebody come talk to me. I ask questions that affect your life. Talking about a system mayor does not affect your life. Talking about ZX and DX and all that crap, that don't affect your life. How the state supposed to pay the state pensions? The pensions of you state workers. That tax helps pay your pension. But if you don't pay the payroll tax, how you gonna get your money? You're taking money from Peter to pay Paul. But what's gonna happen when Peter need to get paid? Tony says, BD is absolutely right, Naya dear. Tony says BD should be angered by this. I'm sorry, y'all, but BD is right on this. Thank you, Tony. Tony says, regardless, whichever these clowns gets in, Slow Joe or Dada, this country is finished. He continues, the only thing that can save the godless America is the coming of Sharia's law. The coming of any law that make common sense will help right now. Y'all know that this is a stunt that helped Donald Trump go up in the rating. Because a lot of people are going to say, see Trump fighting for us. Those daggone Democrats, those lazy people in Congress, Donald Trump fighting for us. Donald. So what's going to happen if that money don't get put back? And when it's time for you to retire, they gonna go, we ain't got no money for you, there's nothing in. You ain't paid nothing in, how you expect to get money? How you expect to get money, you ain't paid nothing in? You know, to get Social Security, SSI is different from Social Security. SSI is, you don't have enough credits. What are credits? Credit is work history. There are people that have worked but didn't make enough credits to get SSDI, so they go on SSI. Not everybody on SSI, was born disabled. There are some people that are on SSI because they got depression. I don't know how that qualifies as a disability. Some people are bipolar. If they don't take the medicine, they go crazy. Don't nobody want to work with them, so they put them on SSI. But people that's on SSDI have a work history where they built up enough credits. If you don't build your credits up, what's going to happen 20 years from now if you get disabled, you get hurt? They're going to tell you you don't have enough credits for SSDI, and you wind up on SSI, and ain't nobody paying no money. So how they going to give you money? Where the money going to come from? The tooth fairy? I'm just asking real questions. And I know somebody understands this better than me, and somebody can come in here and explain it, but they won't. They'll just go, Trump fighting for us. Now, I hope that I'm wrong. Please let me be wrong. Please let it only be the Social Security tax. Please tell me that the state tax and the local tax and the city tax is still going to come out to check. And at least the people that got the pensions, the people that need improvements to the city, at least they can still get that. But if he cuts everybody's taxes, he cuts out all the taxes, that means the money not coming in. Your city government ain't getting no money. The state government ain't getting no money. And Social Security fund ain't getting no money. And neither is the federal government getting any money. So the money not coming in, that's how they get their money. If the money not coming in, how do they get their money? That's your money. Y'all keep forgetting that. Ain't nothing worse than seeing a young person get their first job and they get their first check and they so happy. But they ain't calculated. Yeah, well, I'm making $6 an hour and I'm working 16 hours. So 6 times 16 is such and such. And they get the check and it's like, damn, it's $50 off. There's a mistake. I work 16 hours. I'm supposed to get $80. There's only $62 here. Where's my money at? Well, you look at the deductions. The deduction, yeah, you got to pay your Social Security. You got to pay the federal government. You got to pay the city. You got to pay the state. Why I got to pay all that? But there's a reason for it. That's how they get the money. That's how they pay for the police and the fire department. That's how the troops get paid. That's how the Republicans and Democrats get paid, no matter what office they're in. It comes out our money. We pay them. Your teachers, the public schools, public courthouse, the DMV. It all come out that money. Now, some things make their own money. The post office can make money by selling stamps and doing faster deliveries. The DMV makes money by charging you for services. There are some things that make their own money. They can make their own money. But they all get money from the government. But the government ain't no tooth fairy. There ain't no tooth fairy out there to just give the government money. We give them money. We give them money. Now, there are some ways they can make money, like the city and the state can make money by giving permits to do things. Like you want to hold something in the park or you want to sell something, you might have to buy a permit. When you get a parking ticket, that's helping the city out. You parking wrong, they make money. Go watch an episode of Parking Wars and see how much money they generate. And they'll tell you in a minute. This ain't the city of Philadelphia. This is the Philadelphia Parking Authority. They'll tell you this ain't Detroit because they make their own money. But not everything makes money. Some things take money. And when you stop the payroll money coming in from the payroll tax, you got to take money from someplace else to cover it. Tony says this generation, black or white, ain't going out looking for part-time jobs like bagging groceries or delivering the paper. It's going to be the Latino kid from Guatemala that'll be willing to do that. You're right. I used to deliver papers, and let me tell you, before they made it mandatory that you had to make your payment to the company, we used to have to go collect the payments. And let me tell you, people had more excuses not to pay for their paper. They had more excuses for you not to pay for that paper. Tony says these kids had a sense of entitlement that's coming to them. Well, if ain't nobody paying no payroll tax, there ain't gonna be no entitlement. The government already in debt. Tony says we all deliver the paper in the 80s. The paper is almost irrelevant. Except for kids doing news stories for their reports for school. And the older people, most people don't even get the paper. You can go online. You can get you a little tablet, have your lunch break, set the tablet up on the table, and you can be eating and read the paper. Or you can watch the news, or you can just watch the news videos. That really ain't, the need ain't even that. Yeah, we had to go out there collecting, you know how hard it is to get somebody reaching their pocket. We used to have the little slip with the receipt, and we filled out for them, and here you go. And some people would be behind, but we still had to pay for the papers. And we had to cover this person and that person, and then try and get our money back. So finally, they got tired of it, and they started sending the people the bill. The people was getting into fights and arguments. The old people always paid because it's part of their life. But as people start getting into technology, He said, "Hey, you come up short? Yeah, the company will come after you and file the election, the collections, and all that." A lot of times, the people just started buying it. I remember when the paper was a quarter. And you can get the Sunday paper for like 80 cents. That big fat Sunday paper. Now, I haven't seen it now, but the last time I looked, it was almost $3 for a Sunday paper. Unless you found somebody outside. You found somebody outside, you can get it for $1.50. That's why I said, I think Trump playing a dangerous game. I need to know, I got both air conditioners on. Why is this still warm in here? I mean, it's comfortable, but, something ain't right. So it's 12 in the morning, it's 82 degrees, and the humidity is 83%. Are you serious? They trying to kill me? It's 83 degrees outside. It's gonna go. It's gonna go up to 1 a.m. It's gonna be 83. It's gonna be 84% humidity at 2 a.m. It's going to go up to 86% humidity at 3 a.m. 4 a.m. it's going to drop down to 79. It's going to be 89% humidity. This is why people get sick. It's going to be still 89, and it's going to feel like 85. Wait a minute. You see these numbers? It's going to be 79, but feel like 86. 89% humidity. Yeah, I gotta leave both of these air conditioners on. I really don't want to make my bill jump up, but darn. 6 a.m. it's gonna feel like 85 with 89% humidity. Still, it ain't getting no better. It's gonna be 86% humidity, feel like 88 at 8 a.m. Wind 1 mile per hour. Now at 9 o'clock, feel like 91. The humidity gonna drop from 86 to 81, but it's gonna feel like 91. That's crazy, man. We ain't getting no break in this weather. Humidity is kryptonite. Yeah, Tony, but I mean, it goes up at night. How at nighttime, it's gonna feel like 88 degrees? It's supposed to be in the, even if it's 90 during the day, when the sun go down, it's supposed to go back into the 70s. You gonna tell me it feel like 85 all night? At 85 should be like around noon, 1 o'clock. Like I said, well, I could put that on high. I got it on low. I got that one. I don't want to trip the power. But I could put that one on high. But like I say, when I get out of here, I'll be laying down under that one. I got the one over there on high. I cleaned the filter out yesterday. But I'm just saying, man. And it's been like this for a week. There ain't no break. When we gonna have a day when it's cool? And the sad part is, I wake up freezing every day. So I wound up turning everything off, and then an hour later, I'm burning up. And then Tony said it was 110 a day in Baghdad, and it felt like 110. There with humidity, it would be in the 120s. Oh, Lord. That's what I say, it's crazy. So then I turned that one on, and that one been fighting for hours to get us back. And then finally, I had to turn that one on. You know, when I put the shirt and the hat on, I said, man. So I put that one on, and like I said, you know, it's okay. You know, they both working that on high, that on low. But I'm afraid of tripping the power if I turn them both on high. I'm really afraid of tripping the power. But the humidity, by me not being able to inhale correctly, that's what's making, you know. But without the AC, I think I'd be near death. Because at least it's cool in the air, even though it's still a bunch of humidity in it. At least it's cool. So it's easier to suck the oxygen out of all that humidity. You know, it's crazy. It is crazy, y'all. So, who you gonna vote for, Tony? Are you gonna wait for the debates? Or you already know? Oh, that's right. You said you in Saudi Arabia. Does anybody know who they vote for? Let me see anything going on in the news. I go to my homepage and see anything. All right. Everybody says that I shouldn't. Everybody says that the Young Turks ain't no good, but they going after Nancy Pelosi. So let's check it out. They ain't going after Trump. They going after Nancy Pelosi. Skip ads.
Congress has, in fact, failed to pass the next round of stimulus, providing financial relief to ordinary Americans who are suffering as a result of this pandemic. But if you're worried about, how they failed and, maybe because of Trump's executive order, you think they're going to get their act together. Democrats are going to fight. They're going to finally prove themselves as the opposition party. Not so fast. Because while you might not be able to pay your bills,
I'm sorry.
House leadership,
What did you say?
Nancy Pelosi specifically, will pray for you.
What did he say?
And that's what we got on not one, but two cable news shows over the weekend. Here she is.
I always like to focus on the children. In our bill, we have tens of billions of dollars to address the hunger needs in our country. But you're there normally.
Tony, I apologize. You said Baghdad, sir. My apologies.
But exacerbated during the pandemic. We have tens of billions of dollars. They have $250,000. So do they care? I have a prayer that I say, let's pray for those who are hungry. Let's pray harder for those who will not feed them.
Now, what was interesting in that interview was that she talks about hungry children, and she's not specifically talking about expanding SNAP benefits in order to help people during the pandemic. What she was referring to was the disagreement among Democrats and Republicans in Congress on the issue of funding states. Now, states are strapped for cash because people aren't working right now. People are unable to pay taxes. And so they've needed some financial relief from Congress, but Republicans refuse to do it. What's interesting about Nancy Pelosi specifically is when the CARES Act had passed, she was talking to Jake Tapper, for instance. That was one of the interviews I remember. And Jake Tapper asked, hey, what about the funding for states? Because the CARES Act doesn't appear to have any funding that the states desperately need. And Nancy Pelosi's response was something in the lines of, calm down, we'll get there. Right? Just totally dismissing the importance of funding the states. And I find it hilarious that in the context of this interview, all of a sudden she's like, we're not able to pass anything because we have been demanding that states get the funding that they needed. Okay, but you haven't. In fact, you told people to calm down when they were stressed out about it. Also, no one needs your prayers. Maybe some people like it. Maybe it's a nice cherry on top, but it doesn't go far enough, not even close enough to helping people with a real material need that they have right now. We have another video, but Cenk, jump in.
Yeah, so a couple of different issues here. So first off, look, the House's bill is infinitely better than the Republicans' requests on this in the Senate. So credit where credit is due. So they have the right legislation right now and for this latest version of stimulating the economy and helping the American people. But optics matters when it comes to being able to pass that piece of legislation. And the way that you do that is by putting pressure on the other side. And her optics just suck. So when you listen to the Washington media, they gaslight you all the time. They just tell you, literally almost every one of them tells you that Nancy Pelosi is a master legislator. Now, who dubbed her a master legislator? Pelosi. She called herself that. And everybody in the media repeats it with absolutely no evidence to that effect. None. Zero. She's terrible at it. okay? And you can see with your own eyes. So who are you going to trust, us or the mainstream media? Well, you just saw that interview. The first time I watched it, I was like, the kids, 250,000 versus 10 billion. What the hell is she talking about? She never clarified what she was talking about, and I was totally confused. And she's mumbling, stumbling, something about kids and money. Make a clear point and be aggressive. So say, look, we're trying to get $10 billion to the states. Why? Because we've got X number of hungry kids. They offer $250,000. That's not going to feed the kids. This is what Donald Trump has done throughout his career. Puts the kids in the cages. Now he's saying, no, I won't give money. Make a forceful case so it brings the Republicans to the table. It's not just for theatrics. It's because that is how you negotiate. But she goes out there and at the end, thoughts and prayers. Oh, for God's sake.
Yeah, because she's operating, and you're going to notice this in the next video that we show, she's operating in, 1990s politics, where you have like your talking points. All right, I'm going to pray. I'm going to do the prayer. I'm going to mention the hungry children, and Americans aren't paying attention. That'll work. But no, it doesn't work, and she's being clowned right now by level-headed people. I'm not talking about like DC establishment types. I'm talking about average Americans who are like, what is she talking about? I don't need her prayers. And here is another video from the weekend proving my point.
I understand that the president's executive action doesn't do all the things you want, but having no bill at all, not coming to any agreement, wasn't going to provide any of the things that you want either. You're known as a master negotiator, but didn't you mess this one up? Because you talk about all the things that the president's bill, let me just finish if I may, Speaker. Now, because there's no deal at all, cities and states won't get any money. There's no money for the post office. There's no money for hospitals. There's no money for state boards of election. You knew that the president was threatening to take this executive action. I understand that you weren't going to get everything you wanted and didn't get everything you wanted, but should you have cut a deal? And are you ready to go back into talks to try to come up with a fuller package?
Well, clearly you don't have an understanding of what is happening here, both in the weakness of the president's executive orders, which don't give the money to enhance benefit, but puts a complicated formula there, which will take a while, if at all, to accomplish, to put money in the pockets of the American people. What we have said, we're going to honor our heroes, state and local, healthcare workers, etc., first responders, teachers, and the rest, and that's part of our argument is how much are they willing to do. Secondly, we're going to stop the, if I allow you to finish, you allow me to finish. They're going to, let's open our economy by addressing the virus, which the president has ignored for months now, to do the right thing, scientifically based. And third, let's put money in the pockets of the American people. So what the president did doesn't even accomplish what he sets out to do in the category.
I got news for y'all. This stonewalling gotta stop. This stonewalling has gotta stop. They stonewalling. People gonna get put out their houses.
So that was tough. That was tough to get through. And she did release a press release, giving us some details about what Democrats are going to do as the opposition party here to provide the benefits that people desperately need right now, dated August 9th, 2020, Jank. And it says, Dear Democratic colleague, on this Sunday morning, as we pray for the American people, I wanted to share a responsive prayer for justice. Pray for those who are hungry. Pray harder for those who will not feed them. Pray for those who struggle each week to pay their bills. Pray harder for the wealthy who do not care. Like the most powerful person in the House of Representatives. I pray for you, Nancy Pelosi. I pray for you.
Okay, this is why AOC and Rashida Tlaib and other Just Democrats are lighting the country on fire, because they can actually form sentences. And people understand them. They make clear cases. They make strong cases. What the hell was that? I'm sure soon she's going to start calling herself a master communicator and every kiss-ass media person in Washington is going to bow down and go, oh, Master Communicator, Nancy Pelosi. Okay, no, that was ridiculous what she just did there. What the hell was point number 2? We want to reopen the economy by addressing the coronavirus. What is that? What are you talking about? What is that? What are you trying to say? No, she's terrible at this. Terrible. So, okay, look, we don't just do Monday morning quarterback. Constructive critique. What should she have said to Chris Wallace? Hey, Chris, do you acknowledge, based on your own framing of your own question, that the Republicans are holding the states hostage, the post office hostage, and every single person that you mentioned hostage by saying, I don't want to give them money? The Democrats are trying to give the American people the money they need for relief in the middle of a pandemic. Chris, be honest with your audience and tell them right now which is the party that is holding up the money. Don't tell me that, hey, while I'm fighting for more money for the American people, that I deserve blame because I couldn't break the Republicans enough. Chris, do you want me to break the Republicans? Because I would love to do that so we can give money to the American people. Chris, tell the audience who's denying the money, Trump and the Republicans. That's how you answer. Now, on the other hand, what was that? No one listening to that interview thought, Democrats, they know what they're doing. Oh my God, the Democrats are on the side of the American people and the Republicans are ripping us off. No one thought that because she sucks at communicating. Want to win a free electric scooter while our partners at Aspiration and...
Hold on, y'all. Let's check this out real quick. That was a commercial.
Referred to NBA players who disagree with him politically as very dumb. In fact, here he is on Fox Sports Radio's Outkick the Coverage talking about it.
It seems like every time you send a tweet, a executive, a coach, a player, somebody will come out and immediately fire back at you. But yet the NBA is taking billions of dollars from China. There are all sorts of human rights violations going on in China right now. And none of the players and none of the coaches will say a word about that. Does it feel hypocritical that they will rip the United States, they won't stand for the anthem, they'll rip you as the president, but they won't say a negative word about China at all?
Well, I haven't noticed them sending things back at me, but I will say that, I wouldn't be that surprised. Some are very nasty, very, very nasty, and frankly, very dumb.
Okay, look, I was gonna let this go, but I can't help myself. Like the framing of that question. Yeah, dude, yeah. The NBA, they should do lectures on foreign policy in China because that's what their whole expertise is all about. No, they're disagreeing with policing in this country. They feel the need to voice their opposition to the way disenfranchised groups of people, particularly Black people, are treated in this country. But their careers are not about politics. Anyway, but what was amazing about that answer from Trump in that leading question was that he has the audacity to call other people stupid, especially when during one of his recent press conferences, he said this.
Now we don't have to close it. We understand the disease. Nobody understood it because nobody's ever seen anything like this. The closest thing is in 1917, they say, right? The great pandemic certainly was a terrible thing where they lost anywhere from 50 to 100 million people. Probably ended the Second World War. All the soldiers were sick. That was a terrible situation, and this is highly contagious. This one is highly, highly contagious.
So the last major pandemic happened in 1918, and the Second World War did not happen that early in our history. It happened in 1945. But Cenk, jump in. I don't want to have all the
Yeah, all right. So let's clarify a couple of things for Dum Dum. Look, we all know that it wasn't World War II, it was World War I. He got almost nothing right there. And you could say, hey, maybe that was a slip of the tongue. Okay. But he is now called the 1918 flu, which is known as the 1918 flu. The flu that happened in 1917, he said about half a dozen times. To me, that's more troubling. Why? That means he's impervious to facts. So either no one has told him, oh, Mr. President, you keep saying 1917 when it's called the 1918 flu, or he tells me, he's like, no, it happened in 1917. That's what a moron does. And look, person, woman, man, camera, TV. This is one of the dumbest people that has ever existed, let alone been in office. And what? Look, I point that out all the time, but in this case, I'm super pissed about it because of his over-the-top racism. Whenever he talks about black people, he always calls them nasty and dumb. No, dumb, you don't know anything. And like a dum-dum, you make assumptions based on race. Now you think, well, Jake, how do you, basketball, are you sure it's because of race? Get a load of what else he said, okay? I'm gonna read you the full quote. He said, I think that the NBA is in trouble. I think it's in big trouble, bigger trouble than they understand. Now look at this term. Frankly, the ice hockey, which is doing very well, they didn't do that. They respected the Moors, they respected what they're supposed to be doing, and they're actually doing very well as I understand it. Why did he pick hockey out of all the sports? Hockey is good. By the way, people are kneeling in hockey. It isn't about politics. White people play hockey. He also mentioned golf. Oh, look at that. Just a total coincidence that the two whitest sports, golf and hockey, are the ones that he picked to say, oh, good job on that. But, basketball full of those players, you know how they are. They're very bad. By the way, is he right about the ratings? He of course, everything is ratings for him. And then other parts of the interview, he talked about, oh, the ratings are way down. They're not doing as well. Basketball has way better ratings than hockey or baseball. So all of this is because Donald Trump thinks the whole country is racist just like him. That's why they don't like basketball, because it's filled with black players, and all those players are dumb. And just by the fact that he's white, he thinks he's a very stable genius. Well, I got news for you, dumb. You're the idiot here. It's 1918. You're in the middle of a pandemic. You might want to remember the giant pandemic that happened in 1918. No, but you never cared to do the homework because you're so freaking stupid.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. I really appreciate it. Another way to show support.
All right, that was The Young Turks. Some people agree, some people don't. We looking. All right, here's something from Fox News. Here's that lady again. Y'all say that we not fair and balanced. Let's get it. She gonna jump on Kamala Harris. Y'all say we not fair and we not fair. We always against Trump. Come on, let's get it. Fox News.
Joe Biden's announcement of Kamala Harris as VP, well, it contained a telling tidbit. This is what he said in the written statement. I've decided that Kamala Harris is the best person to help me take this fight to Donald Trump and Mike Pence, and then to lead this nation starting in January 2021. Wait, to lead this nation? Wait, wasn't that you supposed to be on the top of the ticket doing all that leading for us, Joe? You know, that whole presidency thing? Come on, man. Even Joe's with it enough to understand that he's not really going to be running the show if he wins in November.
It has to be demonstrated that whomever I pick is two things. One, is capable of immediately being president, because I'm an old guy, okay? No, but I'm serious.
Well, now that we know who will really be taking the reins in a Biden administration, let's take a look at what she'll do if they're elected. Today, the New York Times went the absurd route of touting the senator as a, quote, moderate. Of course, the opposite is the case. For starters, her position on illegal border crossings.
I believe if someone crosses over the border, it's illegally, it is illegal, and you would decriminalize it.
I would not make it a crime punishable by jail.
Of course not. Come on in, bienvenidos. And what about taxpayer-funded health care for all those new undocumented Democrats?
Raise your hand if your government plan would provide coverage for undocumented immigrants.
Don't you love the hand raise questions? I love those. What about abortion?
Wait a minute. I'm going to pause that right there. See? This is the problem that I have. Tony said you start any kid at hockey when they're young. That's a sport they stick with the most. They bought hockey in the hood, and the majority of the toddlers went to the hockey sticks to play hockey. Good point, Tony. Let me take out this pouch real quick. Let me get this woman. I can be honest with you. I haven't really followed Kamala Harris, but we will know her. We're gonna be focusing on her to find out who she is. My job is to bring you the facts. It's not to be biased. And to hold my biasness back. But let me tell you this. I am so sick and tired of hearing white people complain about illegal immigrants. Why do they come over here? Because you white people hired them under the table. If you didn't hire them, they wouldn't come. So how do you complain that these immigrants come in here and they take our jobs? You the one that hire them. If you don't hire them, they won't come. How are they gonna make money? So you want them to come over here, work under the table for you, help your business out, and you don't want them to have health care. It's the mental. Do you hear the retardism? Go to any Lowe's. Go to any Home Depot. Go out there about 7 a.m. Look at the illegals out there waiting for somebody white to come by and pick them up in their truck. These people are making money off them illegal immigrants by paying them peanuts. And not only are they breaking the law, not only are they taking jobs away from Americans, because see, this is what they try to get you with. Yeah, these illegals are taking your jobs. But you're hiring them. Not nobody black hiring no illegal, it's the white people. But they the ones complaining. Black people don't complain about immigrants. We said, thank you, you'll leave us alone, you'll pick on them. You'll cry about them and leave us alone. You allow them to come over here because you want them to work. And then you cry because other people can't get to work. You playing the cards. The poor people that need them jobs, you tell them, I can't hire you because all these illegal immigrants are coming in here and they working for half what you work for. So, okay, you saving money by hiring the illegals. But you can't give the illegals health care. You're paying them half the money. You can't give them health care. You don't want to pay an American to do the job at a decent rate. And you don't want to give the Americans no health care neither. So what are you fussing about? This is a problem that you caused. You want them to come over here and work for you for half the money. You don't want to give them health care. You don't want to hire an American because you got to pay double the money to hire an American, and an American is going to want health care. You're saving half the money, but you can't set up a health plan for your illegal immigrants. The illegal immigrants then piss off people even more because they're illegal. They're getting paid under the table. They're not paying taxes. Well, most Americans don't want to pay taxes. But they get jealous because the illegals are not paying taxes. Then you turn around and get mad because they'll come over here and live 10, 18, 20 people are living in the same house. They'll split the rent and the utilities because they always working. So most of them ain't home. They are working. So they can all live in that one house. They take shifts. All right, I'll be home between 11 and 9, and then you come in here. And they don't go party. They don't go spend money. You know what they do with that money? They send it home to Mexico. You know why? Because they can come over here and work for half the money. And they can send that money home. They stay over here for 20 years. They don't need no pension. They don't want it. They don't want no stocks. They don't want it. But they can come over here, send that money home, retire, go back over the border, and live in Mexico comfortable for the rest of their life. So now you're mad because they Western Union all their money home. They don't spend the money here in the United States. So you're getting over by paying them half the money. They taking jobs from Americans, but Americans are hiring them. Then you get mad because they don't waste their money. They ain't like black folk, got to have the New Jersey on, got to have on the Jordans. They ain't spending money. They ain't going clubbing. They dead serious. They over here to make money so they can retire. Because they can go back, they can send that money home. That money goes 10 times as far in Mexico than it does in the United States. So they can come over here, get themselves a nice retirement pension, a nice little nest egg, and improve the quality of the lives their families in Mexico. They can come over here, make the money, go back over the border when they're done. And then they can live a nice, quiet life. They take the money that the Americans pay them, and they only get their needs. The rest of the money they send back. So they're not spending that money. So that's money that's leaving the country. But if white people stop hiring them, they won't come. They come and can't get no work. They're going to go back home. They come over here to make money. Stop hiring them. Stop letting them work under the table. Stop paying them crumbs. Don't pay them anything. They don't have no papers. Tell them I'm not hiring you. That solves that. That solves that right there. We don't need no wall. Stop hiring them. You put the wall up to make it seem like you're doing something. No, you're not. They still gonna get over the wall, under the wall, around the wall. They still gonna be hiding in trucks, hiding in car trunks, hiding in the back of semis. They still gonna get over here as long as you don't keep hiring them. As long as you keep hiring them, they gonna find a way to get here. If they gotta get a little sailboat and come up the coast of Miami and jump in, they'll find a way to get in here. As long as you keep paying them. Stop paying them. Don't hire them. They won't come. That's how you settle that problem. But you can't take their cheap labor and not want to get them health care. How fair is that? I'm asking you, is that fair? You're paying them half the money that you would pay an American, and you can't even give them health care? You saving half the money, but you can't provide them with health care. I'm just saying. See if anybody say anything before we play the channel. Tony says the world still thinks America is this magical place where dreams are made from. Yeah, Tony, but the fact is that they come over here, they make money and sit at home. Then when they get tired of being here, they want to retire, they just go home. The money there waiting for them. You know the peso ain't worth nothing. They sending American dollars. They sit there and work and they sending home, you know, $1,000 a month. $1,000 a month times 10 months is 10,000. Times 20 years. If you were to steal 100,000 from a bank, and you went to Mexico, you could be fined for a long time. You could live for years, as long as you were very careful with what you bought, then don't go crazy and go splurging. You could live on that money for years. And you know it. That's why people go down to Mexico. Everything cheap down there. Buy you a little house, get you a car, get a computer and get some furniture, and then that's it. Just get food. Food, pay your electric. Food, pay your electric. You be good to go.
We're going to put in place and require that states that have a history of passing legislation that is designed to prevent or limit a woman's access to reproductive health care, that those laws have to come before my Department of Justice for a review. That's called...
Now, I disagree with that, and y'all know it. I disagree with abortion. She was talking about abortion right there. I know it's a woman's body, but when she get pregnant, her body is on loan. Her body is on loan. It's her job to bring the child into the world. You get pregnant by accident, if you don't want the child, put it up for adoption. There are plenty of families that can't have children. That's why there are families that can't have children. God already gave you a solution. Put them up for adoption and let somebody have that little bundle of joy. But when you take your body and you put it with a man's, you become one. You become one with that man. And that baby that's produced is from both of y'all. Just because your body got to carry it, the man supposed to work while you carry it. He ain't supposed to carry the baby. He supposed to provide for it. You supposed to meet a man that's going to provide for it. If you out there traipsing around, sleeping around with these half-dead guys you know ain't going to provide for that child, you should not. You doing that. You shouldn't be doing it. Well, it's my body. If I want to give my coochie out, but there's a life you're responsible for. What do you think God is going to say about you killing a life that he allowed to come into the world? How are you going to stand before Jesus on Judgment Day and explain, you had 4 abortions? Make you think I want your butt to come here with me? You killed 5 babies. You ain't even give them a chance to see what they're going to be. Make you think I want you up here with me? And I challenge any woman to come in here and defend what I just said so I can cut you to pieces. Come on in. Come on in here so I can rip you a new hole. Come on in. Tony says, and they all do that too. I've seen it. I've seen it. Haiti to Nigeria to the Philippines to Albania. Everyone sends their money home. Yeah, because it's worth more. Tony says it used to be that BD, you're wasting your breath. They're not going to listen. But that's part of the problem, Tony. But that's the reason. That's the reason why the Arabs don't want their women to be like us. The women's job is to be the child's first teacher, to carry it and be his first teacher. That is the woman's job. They don't want to do that. They want to be the man. They want to go out there and work. They don't want to sit at home. They want to go out into the world. When your children are grown and got their own, then that's when you're supposed to go out and do something. But your first responsibility is to raise your children. That's your first responsibility. And you're not supposed to marry a man who you know ain't going to be there. You know he's not going to be there. And you still have a child with him. And when you find out he's not going to be there, Get a child up for adoption to a loving couple. Interview the people. Spend some time with them. Make sure they're going to raise that child right. And you hand that child over and give them a chance. Give them a chance in this world to have a mother and father who love them. Give them a chance. That's why there are women that got burn wounds. They'll take care of your child. They will take care of your child better than you would. Instead of you laying up with 4 or 5, don't eat all different daddies, none of them do nothing for the child. And you sitting there whining, oh, woe is me. Help me. No. You should have gave them children up. It's my body. If I want to kill a child, I'm going to kill it. Then how come somebody can't come kill you? You can kill a baby is defenseless. So somebody should be able to kill you. You can defend yourself. You still get killed, oh well. At least you can defend yourself. How can a child in the womb defend itself? You taking a life, you commit murder when you get an abortion. You are committing murder. Now, if you was in a loving marriage, you wouldn't worry about getting pregnant, would you? You will look forward to having another child. But because you can't pick a decent man, you want to abort the child because you want to be a freak. And you're a teenager. And you decide that you're lonely. Nobody understands you. So I want a child that's going to be there, that's captive. Going to love you no matter how sorry you is. So you decide you're going to bring that person into the world, knowing you can't provide for it. You got to bring them up in the projects. Make it go to an inferior school. Make him be around other people that ain't trying to do nothing. And then you sit there, I don't understand why he's out there selling drugs. I don't understand why he's out there robbing people. I don't understand. You understand. You put the child in that position. If you don't want the child, give it up for adoption and let a loving family care for it. If you get raped by somebody and you wind up pregnant, bring the child, give it up for adoption, and continue on with your life. Don't kill the baby. The baby didn't have nothing to do with it. The fact that you got pregnant meant that God meant for that baby to come. That could be our next president. That could be our next great football player. That could be our next great scientist. And you killed them because you didn't want to be bothered. Now somebody tell me I'm wrong. I'll listen. Y'all want to worry about what the heck somebody else doing in the sector. Come over here and talk some real stuff. Tony said the Western world loves their abortion. Oops. Tony says the rest of mankind never accept the evilness of abortions. Yeah, they don't. I don't agree with abortion. And when a woman says her body, I tell her you sound stupid. If it was your body, you should care about it, not enough to lay around and get pregnant. If it's your body, take better care of it so you don't get pregnant. Can't find a man to marry you, you shouldn't be opening your legs. You can't find a man that's going to carry you and take care of you and your children, you shouldn't be opening your legs, period. You make the choice. And when you make the choice, you follow it all the way through. You don't bail out. Because getting an abortion is bailing out. When I was walking down a dark road and a man came out the bushes and grabbed me. You walked down that dark road. I went out to a bar and the man gave me a drink. and it had something in it. You chose to take that drink. You made these decisions, not the child. Why take it out on the child? Somebody answer that. Anybody? Where are the women at? Somebody come ahead and answer that. Explain. Tony said it's taboo. You will find no opponents here. Well, you know the Catholics don't believe in abortion. So this woman is trying to show up the Catholic vote. Because this woman, Kamala Harris, believes in abortion. Well, I know the Catholics ain't gonna vote for her. We're gonna bring that up. But if you ask a candidate, any politician, their ideas on abortion, they're gonna dance around it. Well, Brother Derek didn't dance around it. I told you my opinion. And I challenge anybody to come challenge me on it and see how fast you get knocked down. Biblically, spiritually, morally. Let me just play on.
Pre-clearance. That means partial birth abortion, greenlit under President Harris. And she loves socialized medicine.
You think eliminating private insurance would be a socialist idea? No. Okay, so I strongly believe that we need to have Medicare for all. Do you think that's socialist or not, Medicare for all? No. It's about providing health care to all people.
Yeah, it's worked out well for California, everything they're trying out there. And did I mention that Kamala also wants to take your guns away?
Upon being elected.
All right, hold on a sec. If you work a job and you pay taxes, you should get health care. That should be mandatory. Anytime you work a job, I don't care if you're flipping burgers. See, this is where I get the white people at. Because they believe you have to make a certain amount of money in order to qualify for health care. You have to be in marketing. You have to work at a high factory. You have to be a lawyer or a doctor. You have to do something fancy in order to get health care. Health care, if you work, should be mandatory. Don't you want to keep your worker in good condition so he can keep working for you? That should be mandatory. It shouldn't be, well, you have to get all this schooling done. You got to get these degrees, and then you got to come work for a period of time, and then we'll offer you. No, healthcare. If you want good quality workers to stay healthy and make you money, you should provide them with healthcare. Healthcare is prevention of people getting sick. People that got good healthcare are better workers. They provide you more in resources, power, because they ain't worried about, oh, I got this toothache, I can't concentrate. Oh, I hurt my hand, but I can't afford to go to the emergency room. It's slowing me down while I'm making this product. I'm a boss. If you don't invest in the people that make you money, how do you expect to make money? Every employer should be able to offer health insurance. And the government should help with that. Don't you think they wouldn't have such a hard time getting people to work at McDonald's and Wendy's if they had health insurance? Don't you think it'd be easier to get people to work in hotels and get them to be able to work at Starbucks and all these other companies? Their employees would not, they would be at there when you open the door and they'd be the last to leave. They know they're being taken care of. But see, you don't want to take care of them because they just wait on people. That's not a job. See, If you don't work, they say you're lazy. But if you do work, well, depending on what kind of job you got. Well, you can't have both ways. Because somebody got to work it. Somebody got to clean the toilets. Somebody got to mop the hallways. And you're going to tell me that they're not worthy. They are not worthy of getting health care because they're not doing nothing fancy. You got to be doing something fancy and something with a degree to get health care. Somebody explain that. I'll pull the chat up. Explain that. Tony says it's taboo. Your final opponents here. Rape is the only way it's accepted in all the religions. Even in rape, Tony, if God allows that child, because everybody don't get pregnant. This ain't back in the biblical days. In the biblical days, we were more perfect. Every generation we get farther from God and we get weaker. His spirit in us gets weaker. Our bodies get weaker because we're losing that connection. Back then, you had sex, baby popped right out. You didn't hear about them they wasn't having sex every day back then. You know why? Because baby popped right out. You had to take care of it. Now, we're not perfect. You can go in the Old Testament and read, and he lay with her and she bore a child. Now you can hear they lay together, 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 now they have a child. If you want people to work, no matter what job they work, they should be able to get some kind of health care. At least emergency room. In a couple days in the hospital. You know, the ambulance costs $400. You know, it costs $300 just to sign your name in the ER. You know, it's $300 for your triage. Just the triage. When the nurse come in there and take your blood pressure and you wait and say, wait here, the doctor will come see you. That costs $300. My blood work, all they do is just take some blood. Y'all see me go there when I go to the hospital? That costs $100 just to get the blood. Well, I don't know if Medicare is going to pay for this. You know, you might have to pay for this. Video's up. I'm paid into the system and I got to worry about paying 20% of everything. If I paid into the system, I shouldn't have to pay nothing. I got to pay 20% of my prescription. I paid into the system, why I got to pay anything? Somebody can make a medicine and charge whatever they want to charge for it. Why can't people buy the medicine in bulk? And give everybody a discount on it. But no, whatever the price say, that's what the price is. You know, people that have AIDS, they have stuff you can take to keep you alive. You ain't got no health insurance, it ain't gonna do you pretty good. And some of y'all say, well, you shouldn't sleep around, you wouldn't get AIDS. But the fact is, they got it. So do we tell them you're going to die 9 years earlier? When we got something that keep you alive, give you another 9 years? Or do you say, hey, goes away and take it easy? And I see you on the other side. Tony says he did tell the guy to wait here, you Q, and was fired and now suing. What? See, Tony, you about to put me in what Papa D put me in the other day. You said something with no information. Please explain. I'm not going to answer this until you explain. What? Who told the guy to wait? I'm not going to wait no comment until you explain it. You're going to say, I can't believe you said that, Brother Derek. You're supposed to be a minister. I can't believe you said that. I'm going to wait and let Tony clean this up, because I don't know what he's talking about. Who told the guy to wait? You said the story you just told, I was commenting on what happened. Oh, you talking about the person that had AIDS? Well, he didn't have to call him the Q word. I mean, let's be respectful now. You don't have to call nobody no name. That's what we got to realize, you know, if somebody is that way, they've been tortured all their life, and they coming to get, you know, some help, and then you insult them too. That's kind of rough right there. You know, we got to be more gentle toward each other. Now, like I said, whether you agree with it or not, it's not our job to judge the person. God is going to handle that. Now, you can say to them, you know, I don't agree with your behavior. That goes against what God says. But you are my brother or sister. And even though you engage in what God does not enjoy, he'll get you. You'll deal with him. I'm not going to make it worse. I'm not going to get myself in trouble worrying about what you're doing. That's God's job. When we start trying to do God's job, we mess up our own chance for salvation. Because you won't listen to him down here, you're not going to listen to him up there. If he says it's my job to judge, God see what they're doing. He said. Tony said it was the 80s, it was usually that word. He said AIDS was kind of a new virus. Well, what makes AIDS different from this virus we got now is you have to do something to get that disease. You have to do something. You have to sleep with somebody who has it. You have to touch the blood of somebody who has it. Some technician makes a mistake and you need blood and they put somebody that has it blood in there by mistake. Those are the ways you get AIDS. The coronavirus, all you got to do is come outside and take a breath. All you got to do is touch a doorknob. Touch a table. Touch a door handle. Touch something somebody else touched, and then put your hand to your face. There's a difference. Special things have to happen for you to get the AIDS virus. Certain things have to happen. But you can be doing everyday, ordinary things and still get it. You can have a cheap mask on and think you're protecting yourself and go around somebody that got it. And you can still inhale it. That cheap mask ain't protecting you, but you think you're doing something. I did everything right. I had a mask on. You can have somebody in your household that came in contact with somebody and they don't show no symptoms. And ain't nobody coughing, nobody sick, and you're not keeping everything clean, you're not wiping everything down. And somebody come by and touch a table and then rub their eye or something, next thing you know, you got the CV. That person might show symptoms. Y'all didn't. Y'all go get tested, you find out y'all got it. Only one person showed symptoms. That's what makes this disease so dangerous. You could have a house full of people. You know, when they open colleges back up and the kids go to the dorm room, you can have 300 kids in that dorm room. And all it takes is one person. And while they borrowing stuff and you got some sugar, and I borrow this, and I borrow your cup, your table, and they got the CV on there, and you taking it from one room to the next room. And everybody that come in that room, hey, how you doing there, John? Can I borrow the test papers from class today? I wasn't in there. Did you get the homework? And you go in there, and guess what? You got a chance of getting it. Well, you know it. Half the dorm is infected, and they young. They think they got the sniffles. They ain't saying nothing, just passing it along. This disease is going to be hard to get rid of. Even when they get a vaccine, it's still going to be hard to get rid of because people are going to be carrying it and not knowing it. And if you don't have the health care to get the vaccine and you're susceptible to die, you're going to die. You know? You go see your grandparents in the nursing home. The nursing home see they got the sniffles, yeah, whatever. Then when they really get sick and they take them to the hospital, it's too late. They got to go get on the ventilator. And most of them won't come off of it. It's too late. But they acting like it's nothing. Oh, it's just the flu. That's what makes it so much more dangerous. But people are not taking it seriously. Because we're not going to change our behavior. The young kids still want to go to the beach. The young ladies, I spent all this time getting my body in shape. I want to go to the beach and show it off. You got a lot of perverted old men that like to go watch the young girls run up and down the beach. Knowing they old, but they got to see these little tight bodies. They wind up getting the CV and they're the ones kicking the bucket. Because you wanted to see something young. There's a whole lot of things wrong with our country. But hold on, we got to be fair. Let's get back to Kamala being hacked up by Fox News.
I will give the United States Congress 100 days to get their act together and have the courage to pass reasonable gun safety laws. And if they fail to do it, then I will take executive action.
Yeah, reasonable gun safety, a little come up.
All right. What's my opinion on gun control? I'm going to tell you something you won't believe. I believe that every person in America, while they're in school, should have to take a gun class. They should learn how to care for it, how to lubricate it, how to load it, how to check the chamber to make sure there ain't that old hidden bullet in the chamber. They should be taught how to shoot it. And everybody should be allowed to carry a gun unless you commit armed robberies or a felon or something. I think those people should not be able to carry a gun. People that are mentally ill should not be able to carry a gun. But if you're a sane person, you should be able to have a gun. But if you shoot somebody for no reason at all, you should go to jail for the rest of your life. That's going to make people have to fight. You should have to go to jail if you shoot somebody for no reason at all. Because if you can't fight, shut up. And go about your business. Better to go about your business than spend your life in jail. And you should be in solitary. 3 meals a day, 2 days a week to shower. You should spend your time in solitary because you took a life. So why should you have a life? You killed that person's life, your life over. People are going to stop picking up the gun. They're going to start fighting. I got a gun in my pocket, you got a gun in your pocket. Kind of cancel each other out. But just fight. Or, I'll see you tomorrow, don't worry about it. Have a good day. That's how you stop that. Because in states where it's legal for everybody to have a gun, you don't see the gun killings that you see in states where it's not legal. I know that New York, Chicago, Baltimore don't have nowhere near the gun murders that Virginia and Texas have. I can guarantee you that. I ain't even got to see the numbers. I know it. They don't have it. Because everybody got a gun. Florida, with that stand your ground law. How many murders occur in Florida? I bet you it don't go nowhere near what it does in Chicago, Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York. Won't touch it. Let's keep going.
Apology needed there. Here come the guns. The Times also, by the way, called her pragmatic. We say that's fraudulent. Tulsi Gabbard exposed Kamala as a phony on criminal justice.
Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president. She put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. And I am proud of making a decision to not just give fancy speeches or be in a legislative body and give speeches on the floor. The people who suffered under your reign as prosecutor, you owe them an apology.
Tulsi Gabbard just took her apart. Do you remember that debate? Now, furthermore, Senator Harris basically accused Joe Biden of being a racist on national TV.
It was hurtful to hear you talk about the reputations of 2 United States senators who built their reputations and career on the segregation of race. You also worked with them to oppose busing. You know, there was a little girl in California who was part of the second class to integrate her public schools.
I knew that was her.
And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me.
That was her that said that. Okay. I wasn't sure.
Well, after that.
Okay. She called the man out. That took a lot of cojones. She called the man out. That took a lot of cojones. Biden not going to need a Kaylee. Biden got himself a vice president, if he wins, that can fight for him. He don't need the press secretary to fight for him. You hardly hear anything about Pence. Kaylee is the bulldog. Biden gonna have his bulldog be the vice president. I understand the strategy. He's gonna be able to be like God and just sit back. And he's gonna let Jesus deal with the people. And his Jesus is gonna be Kamala. Kamala is gonna be coming out and attacking. He's gonna sit back. Yes, she is kind of like that, but she asked you a question. What was it? Explain. You're gonna let her be the bulldog. You hardly see Mike Pence saying anything. I guarantee you, instead of seeing a Kaylee come press secretary, you're gonna see a vice president that will come every day. Hey, we're doing this. Hey, we're doing that. Hey, I'm coming to call this out. I understand this strategy, but Biden look frail. He knows that her being a black woman, she can go out there and say almost anything and get away with it. Isn't that what black women do now? He ain't doing nothing that ain't been done since the days of Aunt Jemima. Because Aunt Jemima ran the Master House. Aunt Jemima ran the plantation. Now come on now, you know you don't want to get whooped. So I go back and tell Master what you said. Now he wants you to do this, so you got to go do it. You don't do it, you're going to have to get whooped. I don't want to see you get whooped. I ain't using my position because you don't want to do what you're supposed to do. You're going to do it. Or I had to go get you whipped. You want to get your foot cut off? You'll send a hard woman out there. Keep the black men in line. But it works on white men too. I don't believe you talking to me. Oh, shut up. I'm talking to you, doggone it. Now you don't want to do this or you won't get fired. You can't fire me. Yeah, I'm white. Watch me. Get on in and do your job. Now, if you was a man, I'd hit you. And they go over there and do their job. And then go home. That daggone NB, y'all know what that stands for. Gonna try and tell me what to do. I'm white, she can't tell me what to do, but you did it.
That she very publicly suggested that Biden was guilty of sexually assaulting Tara Reid.
Somebody who has a relationship with Vice President Biden, what message would you give to the women who feel like their space has been invaded in the past by the Vice President?
I believe them, and I respect them being able to tell their story and have the courage to do it.
Do you believe that the Vice President should enter this race?
He's going to have to make that decision for himself.
Marinate in all that for a moment, okay? Essentially racist, at least in promoting all these past senators like Robert Byrd, friendships over, and implicit, at the very least implicit, she was saying he was guilty of sexual assault, but now all of a sudden she's willing to work with him? A segregationist and a sex criminal? Well, it's a good question. Maybe somebody in the lamestream media will have the courage to ask about this. But given all these issues, I've no doubt that the Biden campaign looked far and wide for a better option than Harris, but I guess there wasn't. Wasn't anyone. Susan Rice had way too much baggage and no election experience. Former Obama advisor David Axelrod said tonight Biden actually clicked best with Governor Whitmer. But she's not a woman of color. and runs Michigan like a tin pot dictatorship. And the other candidates were political small fries without any type of experience or name recognition that you'd want in a VP. Of course, Biden's big mistake, of course, was narrowing his options by limiting his choice on the basis of skin color. And on planet Earth, that used to be called bias or even racism. Using color as a metric? Well, that's what he decided to do. And as someone running for the nation's highest office, Biden is morally obligated to pick the best person to take his place in the event of a tragedy, regardless of race or gender or ethnicity, any of it. But he never even tried to do that. How cynical. Instead, he viewed the whole thing as a box-checking exercise for the woke crowd. He should have made his choice just on merit. But now he's stuck with Harris. The bottom line? She ran for president not so long ago and had a golden opportunity to present herself to liberal voters in the Democrat Party. But they rejected her in the most comprehensive manner possible, making it absolutely clear that they didn't regard her as worthy of serving as president. Now, in a desperate effort to please the hard left, Biden has rejected the judgment of his own party's voters and placed Harris in line to have all the power that Democrats thought she shouldn't have.
All righty. Now, Tony said I told you it was her. Yeah, I remember we played that last month. I believe it was last month, Tony, where she said she was talking to Biden, and she said that she was one of the children that Biden tried to stop from busing. So if Biden had stopped her, she might not be where she is today. If Biden had succeeded in stopping the bus programs that allowed black youths to go to the nice white schools because he didn't want white children to be with black children. If he was successful in that, Kamala Harris might not be your vice presidential nominee. She might not have been a prosecutor. She might not have been a state senator. But luckily, there was enough good white people that didn't let Biden pass that bill. Because if that bill would have passed, the other states might have copycatted it. Now that was back then. Remember, Kamala Harris is 54 years old. She's 4 years older than me. Could Biden have changed? I don't believe that he doesn't believe what he was taught when he was younger. But I do believe that history might have taught him a lesson of go along to get along. And that's basically what we do. This is what this country is built on in the past 40 years. Go along to get along. Well, I'm going to have to hire me a couple black folk. That's so I can get the government off my back. If I want black people to come in here and spend money, I'm going to have to hire a couple of them, I guess, so they can see themselves when they're here. I opened this shoe store. And if I want, the white people might have more money and resources, but they don't buy shoes like black folk do. So I guess I'm going to hire some black folk so that black folk will see, hey, it's black people in here. Let me come in here and give me some shoes or give me a jersey or something. So you got to understand. That's what the country built on. Because we don't look under the rug. But the tension is always there. The mistrust is always there. It's not going to go away. I say it to you honestly. It's not going to go away. It's there for life. Until we come to the table and just admit it. People keep saying separation is the answer. No, it's not. Separation is not the answer. Integration is not the answer. Because as long as one is in control and one ain't, they're never going to come together. The only way I believe we can have total equality is something that's never going to happen. The people that have is going to have to let go of some of what they have. And they're going to have to train the other people that don't have how to have what they have. They might have to give up a little bit for what they have. To the other side, show them honestly how to work it, how to work the system like they do, so that everybody can have something. Then nobody can complain because everybody will have an opportunity. But here's the problem. How does the people that have, what will they have if they allow everybody to be equal? Everybody have a fair shot. How will they be able to sneak their nose? How will they be able to look down? How? How do we convince them to give up their strongholds? Let everybody have a bit of the stronghold. How do we convince? Because the lazy will always be lazy. But the people that want the opportunity, when they don't do that with their own, why do we keep expecting them to do that with us? Out of their guilt? They won't do that for their own. There shouldn't be no poor white people in the country. I keep telling you that. Why are there poor white people in the country? There should be no homeless in the country. There should be no homeless veterans in a country of any color. But they don't take care of their own. Why we keep expecting them to take care of us? They think that some of their own ain't equal. How they gonna think we equal? I'm just asking you. I asked the questions. Y'all just don't want to hear it. I asked the tough question. I'm just asking y'all. The same way, if you black and you go and you do it the hard way and you suffer and you do without and you get through college and you get a degree and you get a job, what's the first thing you do? You move out the neighborhood. You don't stay in the neighborhood, maybe fix your house up or knock your old house down and put a new house up. You don't want to be around the people you grew up with. You're afraid that they're going to take what you got. That makes you no different than the white people that move so far away so you can't come take what they got. You go move with them. They don't want you. They left you. If you won't help out the people you grew up with, and you got a little something, something now, why do you expect white people to come do it? Do y'all see what I'm saying? What I say makes sense. Even if you don't like what I'm saying, what I say makes sense. They don't really take care of their own poor. There's a saying. If you in America and you white and you poor, what's wrong with you? With all the opportunity out here, the best thing you can say while you in that trailer park or whatever it is, well, at least I ain't black. That's your claim to success. You're a black person. Best thing you can say is, at least I'm not on drugs. At least I'm not homeless. At least I don't live in the projects. But then you go back there and help some of them people who you know got potential, who you grew up with, that just didn't get that break. Then you go back and pull them with you. You the white people who made it out the project, made it out the trailer park. Do they go back and go get Jim Bob Joe? Do they go back there and get Missy Louie Ann, who have potential, but just don't get that break that they got? No, they don't. Neither race does it. We abandon each other. You actually got people that's sitting around with their hands stuck out, waiting for Democrats to come and bring them something. But when they give them something, they don't do nothing with it. They're in the same spot it was before they gave them something. They just take it and waste it. White people in the trailer park do the same thing. They'll come out and give them a handout, and you see them 5 years later, they still right there in the trailer park. Why can't we go back and help the people, no matter what race they are, that we know got potential? Why do we see them? And instead of pulling them up, why don't we just shake our head and keep going? Why was I wrong when I said, if you get the scholarship to a big college, and you know that it's 4 or 5 players that was on your college team They might not have had that professional look. They might not have had the test scores you had, but they better than you. Why wouldn't you go to the coach and say, hey, I'm glad you picked me, but there are other guys who I know you could use on this team. They would love to come play for you. You just didn't pick them, but they deserve a shot. They good. I played with them. They good. They made me look good. Why does that hurt you? Are you afraid that those 4 that didn't get picked, they might come and overshadow you on the big stage? They made you look good that the coach from the college picked you. Why can't you go back and pull them up? Because you might not make the NBA. One of them might. And they might be able to say, hey, coach, I'm returning the favor. Because I wouldn't be here if this young man didn't come by and get me. But you didn't draft him. Why don't you go take a look? He might could be an asset to our team. He's really good. Just overlooked him. Why don't we do that for each other? Why is that a bad thing? There's somebody in your neighborhood that was always cracking jokes. And you used to sit and listen to him every day. And you went and took a couple of his jokes. And you went and you got you a job at a comedy club. Why can't you say, hey, there's a guy I grew up with. We used to exchange jokes. He's just as good as I am. Might be better. Can you come take a look at him? Can I bring him in? And you bring him in. And the boss says, yes, I'm going to give him a job too. And maybe he might be able to say, well, you know, there was a guy that taught me how to crack jokes. He's really good. He's better than me and him. You want me to bring him in one time and let you see? That's how you build. And instead of you sitting there in that neighborhood where it's just one of you, maybe it could be 3 or 4 of you. And maybe it could teach the other people in that neighborhood that not all black people are bad. And maybe we can start changing the mindset. Instead of just being tolerated by the more, I don't want to say dominant, I don't want to say, you can show the population, not everybody's bad. Not everybody's on drugs. Not everybody's a prostitute. Not everybody's gonna steal your stuff. That we can be trusted. That we believe in each other. That if given something, we can take it and turn it into something greater. Why can't we do that? Then we can start working toward a united states instead of a divided state. Nobody should be left behind. They got potential. Not everybody gonna make it big, but most people should be at least okay. Only those that want the drugs, only those that want to be lazy and lay around, those should be the ones at the bottom. There shouldn't be good people mixed in with them, no matter what race you are. Why can't we start working on that? I don't just tell you the problems of what's wrong. I give you possible solutions. I don't have all the answers, but I got some. But you gotta be willing to listen and take it seriously. Alrighty, y'all. We've been here for 5 hours and 16 minutes. Let me get ready to get out of here. Get ready to go watch AEW Dark. Go ahead and fry these. I ain't gonna say what I'm gonna fry, but just know it's good. I already showed you. If you watched the show earlier, you know I'm gonna go eat. I haven't ate yet. I gotta take my insulin and my medicine. I care so much about y'all. I come on before I even take care of myself. But I will see y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a great day. Thanks to everybody who watched. Don't think I don't appreciate it. As Naya would say, see you soon. As I say, I see you later on today. Y'all be productive and have a good one.